Alright, I'll be starting in a bit. Okay, we'll start a run of Disgaea 5, complete all trophies right now. I'll be commentating most of the run, and then, like I said, just ask if you have any questions or are not sure about certain things.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, to start off, we are Kylia, and we're in this pocket netherworld with this female overlord called Seraphina, and our objective is to get revenge on this evil overlord called Void Dark, who's taken over most of the netherworlds in the universe. And we start off, we're just gonna go to the stage and punch enemies to death, and after this stage we unlock the recruiter. I'm going to need to make 5 characters for this step because I need them for throwing purposes, and I'm gonna make warriors, male warriors, because they have a total of 5 throw, and they're also right at the beginning when you go to the character selection screen. So I don't need them to be high level, I just need them to exist. So now that our warriors have been created, I'm going to go on to the next stage. Now this first episode is pretty straightforward. All you need to do is use Kylia and walk up to every single enemy and just punch them to death. That's all you need to do. There's nothing really fancy that's going on here. Kylia is strong enough to solo all these enemies. And the only thing that can make this go by a little faster is when you get a lot of counterattacks, and counterattacks are random. Kylia can counterattack up to 2 times in any given turn. But we want to see a lot of counterattacks, and we also want to see a counterattack that kills the enemy outright, because the damage range is variable in this game. So we want to be able to make sure that we one-shot all these enemies. And then when I go to the later stages, the moves that we'll be doing will be a lot more complex, but as of right now, this is all we're going to be doing. So you see right there's this little cutscene image, that's revenge mode. We'll probably be explaining revenge mode before this starts, but that's revenge mode. What that does is he'll get 100% critical hit rate, and that'll allow him to one-shot enemies almost guaranteed. So here I use a healing item which will replenish most of his health. In most Disgaea games you'd want to go to the hospital to heal up, but in this case healing items do a good enough job at healing HP that we don't really need to go to the hospital very much. Now for this stage we have this unit with a yellow bar below him, this Red Magnus. He's a neutral unit, and neutral units are one of those units that just randomly attacks allies or enemies. So you don't need to kill them to clear the stage. So we just ignore him and let him do his thing. Now we are done with episode 1, and I'm gonna go do some shopping. I'm gonna buy some better equipment for Kylia, and then I'm gonna buy some better healing items. Well, I bought some hard candy which replenishes HP, and I bought some fairy dust which heals status effects, of which we will be seeing a lot of in this episode. Then I bought what's called an ability, which is a passive ability that you can purchase and equip to your characters, which will give them added effects. And the mean guy ability that I bought will increase the attack that Killia gets every time he levels up. Now this stage has, we have geo effects here. I destroyed the green geo symbol to change the tiles green, which gives me ally boost, which allows me to one-shot everything. Now, here I want Killia to get to level 8, because at level 8 he learns this skill called Exploding Tiger, which is a water elemental skill, and we need an elemental skill to get rid of some of the upcoming enemies. We just learned that, and these slime enemies that you see here, they're very weak to the elements, but they resist physical attacks. That's why we Exploding Tiger, because we won't be able to one-shot them without that skill. So just like that's a pretty simple stage once you get Exploding Tiger. Now I'm gonna need to heal up Killia's HP and SP. As you can see, these enemies are fairly passive, so we don't really have any... we're not really in any immediate danger from these guys. Just walk up to them and then they'll attack you. So you can just take your time here. Of course we want to go fast, so we're just gonna rush these enemies as soon as the next group is done. Current group of 5 is done. And we want to make sure we use our healing items whenever our HP gets low. As you can see, the hard candy heals almost all of Killia's HP. That's why it's nice to buy a lot of those for this episode. And here we're gonna see our first use of throwing. First I bring out this Prinny here, and then I'm gonna toss this geo symbol on top of this Prinny, and what'll happen is it will bounce off the Prinny to the colored panels. That's called receive. Because Prinnies are monster characters. They're human characters and monster characters. Monster characters have the ability to just bounce off anything that's thrown on top of them. I need to do that to cause a geo chain like I just did there. That wipes up every single tile, because that will trigger the red mage over here. She's up in the tower initially, but and she will not move off from this tower unless we do a lot of damage to her, which the geo chain did. Now we are going to go to the most RNG heavy stage in this episode. So these zombies can poison you, and poison is a very detrimental stats effect to have in this game, because when you're inflicted with it, you lose 20% of your max HP every turn, for 3 turns. So the moment we get poisoned, we need to heal it as soon as possible, otherwise we are going to be dead in a few turns. So that's why I bought a lot of Fairy Dust, because I can't get to a situation where we will get poisoned every turn. So just kill off the zombies with Blade Rush and hope you don't get poisoned. That's essentially the strategy. And you can use your weaker characters to heal Killia if needed. So once the zombies are gone, the boss comes towards you and attacks you, but he's not really a problem compared to the zombies, so we can just tank him and attack him with our skills to finish him off. Now we're at episode 3. Episode 3 is where the game starts to open up. So we're gonna go here, put Killia in the squad, which is important for later. And now I'm gonna go here and change a few subclasses. I'll explain what subclasses are when they become relevant, but for now we just need to do this. I'm gonna have this guy cast a build to unlock the cheat shop, which is a very useful NPC. And then I'll pass this better items into store build to unlock better healing items. And weapons too. Now I'm gonna buy this ability called Tough Guy, which increases HP gained on level up, and poison vaccine, which makes us immune to poison. Now we no longer have to deal with that nasty status effect. So I buy better healing items and then more powerful equipment for Killia.
Where would you like to go,
Alright.
dude?
Now we are going to go to Poison Dice. So every netherworld that we're going to go to from this point forward has a
Let's end this
universal stage effect for each of the stages in the netherworld. So this one, the purple tiles that you see, they're actually poison. Cool. So if you end your turn on any of those poison tiles or purple tiles, you will get poisoned. Why we need the poison vaccine.
Let's go! Let's go!
So here's one of the most powerful skills of the game, Squad Attack. So by putting Killia in a squad at the beginning of the episode, we unlock access to this skill. And what that will do is enemies in this game are grouped into one of 3 squads, and what Squad Attack does is you can target one enemy with it and it will attack every single enemy, the same squad as that unit. And what's great about it is it doesn't really matter how high or how far the enemies are, it's gonna hit them no matter what.
Thank you.
The only caveat with Squad Attack is you need to be in revenge mode to use it. And
Thank you.
you also need to... You can only use Squad Attack once per character per stage. So here's a use of Squad Attack again. I just attacked one imp with it, and you can see right there it killed every single imp on the map.
Where would you like to go, dude?
So because Squad Attack is limited in the number of uses, we have to use it at just the right moments.
Let's go!
Most of the time I will be using Squad Attack on enemies that tend to be of the range variety. So imps are enemies that like to stay away from you, as you can see here. They're not getting very close to me. So those are the ones I want to hit with Squad Attack. I'm actually going to do that on this group of imps once I get revenge mode. So I got revenge mode right there. I'm going to Squad Attack this imp. See right there, all imps are dead now.
Thank you. You okay?
Now, most enemies in these stages are passive, but this one is a little different because they're fairly aggressive here. All the enemies here are gonna rush towards you and try to kill you as quick as possible. We're gonna use that to our advantage by luring them to this sea of poison, where they'll slowly die off over several turns. We're just gonna stay here and tank all the enemies until we get to revenge mode. Hope Killia doesn't die. I'm gonna use a healing item. He's pretty low on health. So I'm gonna use Squad Attack on one of the female warriors over here. So there's a healer that's on the opposite end of the map who's not going to go towards you, and that's the one I want to kill with Squad Attack. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, we're gonna have to spend several turns walking towards her just to beat her. So I'm gonna put Killia in this new squad that opened up, the Foot Soldier, fill it up with units. Doing this will give a 10% stat increase for the units in the squad. Now I'm gonna go to the cheat shop here and change some things. So the cheat shop is a feature in this game that will allow you to make enemies stronger, and it can also increase the amount of experience that you can get at the cost of things like mana, money, and skill experience. So that's what I did there. And this is a mandatory part of the story. We have to level up this really weak item called a Gate Key to level 10 in order to proceed with the plot. Normally in the Disgaea games you get this one mandatory segment where you have to go to item world to level up something to progress, and this is this game's version of that. But the item world is a place we'll be visiting much later in the game, but for the main story part, this is the only trip that we'll need, because we do not want to have to do anything with this gate key once we are done leveling up to 10. So I'm just gonna go level up this gate key to 10 and get out as soon as possible. Now, to level up an item in this game, you have to kill every single enemy on the map in order to get +1 bonus to the a +1 level to the item. Okay, so we have reverse.
Games, you just have to advance one floor, right?
Yes, that's correct. And here's we got a good random event of level sphere. So, unlike other Disgaea games, you had if you see a level sphere before, you had to lift it and then go to the next floor to get the bonus levels from it. But this game, we just have to destroy the level sphere to get the bonus. So since we got the level sphere on this trip, I can just exit the item early by using a Vistergency exit. A pun on emergency exit.
Let's go.
So, as you can see, there are random events that can help us level up the items quicker. It's just that they're random, so we can't fully rely on them. Okay, so it says +10 on the gate key now, which means I can get out of here and not have to touch this gate key anymore. So we're not going to see the item world for a while until we get to the post game. I'm going to lower the enemy difficulty so we can actually defeat the upcoming enemies. The only reason I increased the enemy levels for that item world segment is because they're very, very weak compared to the regular enemies of a similar level, the item world. So I basically just did that to get more levels out of when I come out the item world. So for this stage I have to take out there's 3 enemy groups, one to the left, one to the right, and one above. And there are also a bunch of neutral units. So I'm just going to take out the left and the right side and have the neutral units take out the ones at the top. So you can see they're almost done taking out the last enemy. So you can just leave the rest up to them when you're done with the left and the right side. Okay, now is we have to do some more setup. I'm gonna go buy 100 thimbles, which is the weakest fist item. That'll be important for later. And I'm gonna get muscle increase, which increases attack by 10%, and then paralysis and weakened vaccine, which are status effects that we'll be seeing a little later. But we want to be immune to those. So it's like they don't exist to us. Now we'll get to the Demonstrum Netherworld. For this Netherworld, you'll get a random mushroom pop up on a random spot every turn. And these prinnies here are not your typical prinnies. They don't say dude. I'm probably gonna ask people what they think about these prinnies and which ones they prefer.
You okay?
Okay, so yeah, speaking about the netherworld, the
Let's go.
mushrooms don't really do anything special. The only thing they really do is to hinder us is they can raise the elevation of the spot of the tile. So for this game, we actually have tile manipulation. So I'm moving Hylia to very specific spots to get the enemies to line up
Great.
in a nice straight line most of
Let's
the
go.
time. That's why it looks so convenient, because I'm actually doing some tile manipulation.
You okay?
So tile manipulation is actually pretty easy to do is in this game. All you have to do is move to a specific spot with the same character and the enemies will behave the same way every single time. Just try it out all the half the game and see for yourself.
Great.
So this stage I have to throw Hylia to the end of the map to destroy the geo panels because it's got the clone and silence effect, which we don't really want to deal with. Clone will create a clone of a random enemy every turn, which is obviously not something we want to deal with for the long haul. And for this stage,
Let's end this quick.
we're gonna see some subtle tile manipulation. I'm gonna bring out these two weak characters. So something that's cool about revenge mode is it builds up. You get a revenge meter on the left of your character portrait. It will build up as you take hits, but it'll also increase dramatically when your allies get killed by enemies. So one of the strategies that I use a lot in this run is to bring out
You okay?
weak characters and have the enemies kill them to force revenge mode in certain scenarios. So here I'm gonna bring out two characters to increase my revenge meter by over half. I don't want to get revenge mode right away because I need to use it a few turns later, because revenge mode only lasts for 2 turns. And we don't want to have it run out by the time we actually need to use it. So this stage is actually the most dangerous stage in this run because of the neutral character that you see there. If she dies in this episode, we'll get a premature ending and we'll have to retry the stage. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna heal her and then just leave her alone. Hope she doesn't attack us. And then neutral characters kind of just do their own thing, so you can't really control them in any way. So we just have to hope that they use skills as much as possible. Now, we're gonna take a little detour first, and
Where would you like to go, dude?
we are going to do some grinding. It is at this point where we have all the tools that we need to power level efficiently. We just got this character that was Berserk in the last episode. Her name's Salia. We'll be seeing her quite a bit later in the run. So I get the ability to make curry. I threw some ingredients into curry. We'll get into that later. I'll increase the experience I get and the levels, the enemy strength. Then I'm gonna buy some updated equipment for Hylia. Then change his abilities. Process weakened vaccine.
Where would you like to go, dude?
And we are all set. Now I'm gonna go to Spirit Internment. So now the enemies are level 53 because of the cheat shop. And we're gonna use the stage to grind a little bit. So we're gonna swap to a different stage after this, but we're only doing this stage so Hylia can get his last main skill, which is gonna be important for later. So right there I managed to change Salia with Hylia. Managed to change the feature in this game where you can make a monster character become the weapon for a human character. And what will happen is the monster and the human will share the same amount of experience. So we're effectively getting experience for both these characters at once. Okay. I don't know if that's enough experience. Okay, I think that's good enough. So the only reason I might change with Salia with Killia there is to get the skill Braveheart on her. Braveheart is an attack boosting skill which we want for the next stage. So Hellfire Shot is a fire elemental skill. Exploding Tiger is a water elemental skill. One of the reasons we used Killia to begin with is because he has access to elemental skills. I forgot to get some thimbles. I need to do that.
Welcome.
Let's fix you up.
Now, so I'm gonna consume the curry and make another curry, just like the one I just made. So what curry does is by putting, you can put any number of items
Where would you like to go, dude?
to make a curry, and whatever you put in the curry is gonna have a different effect on
Let's go.
curry when you finally consume it. So in this case, what curry will do here is it will give me 100% critical hit rate, which essentially increases our damage output by 50%. Now I'm gonna fight these enemies that are really under-leveled, because these enemies are level 99. However, with things like Braveheart and Hellfire Shot, we can take out these enemies. So we were level 47 when we came in here, but now we're level 75 after killing just 3 of these enemies. And the reason that works is because level 99 enemies give a lot of experience compared to enemies that are of a similar level. It's kind of a quirk in the experience formula. It's one of the tricks that anyone who plays Disgaea will stumble upon eventually, or learn about eventually. So by killing level 99 enemies, we can get a lot of levels very quickly. So as you can see, we did struggle a bit with the initial wave of enemies, but once we kill a few of them, our levels catch up quickly. So that we're very close to their level, and now we can take them on a lot easier. Now, we just have to use Hellfire Shot repeatedly until they all die. I should mention that these mushroom enemies are weak to sword skills and fire, and that's the reason why we wanted Hellfire Shot to begin with. So now that we're done with our grind, we can just lower the enemy difficulty back to normal.
Let's fix you up.
And then I'm gonna buy a fist per Killia and then falcon shoes per Killia, which will increase his movement and jump.
Where would you like to go, dude?
I need to buy 100 thimbles as well. I gotta do that later on.
Let's go.
At this point, after this completing that one stage, we're now level 101 with Killia, which means everything is dying in one hit.
Let's go. Let's go.
So everything that isn't a boss is going to be dying in one hit. Now we just have to make sure we're
You okay?
being pretty precise with our movements to kill as many enemies in as few turns as possible. That's the name of the game
Let's go.
right now. So for this stage, if you want to go fast for this stage, you need to get rid of all the red enemies, or defeat as much of the red enemies as possible. Eventually you will get to revenge mode.
Let's go.
And then I'm gonna squad attack one of the non-red enemies and it will just kill off everything else like that.
Okay.
Now here's
Let's
some
go.
tile manipulation action. Since I bought the 3 Falcon shoes, I can just climb up this cliff like it's nothing. If I end my turn on this spot, you'll see these two maids
Thank you.
group up very close together, so I can just kill them in one attack. Very subtle, but it does save a few seconds here and there. And we need as much time save as we can get throughout all these stages, because we do so many.
Great.
There are 80 stages, story stages that we have to do in this run. And we're going to be doing a lot more stages once we get to the post game. Here's another example of tile manipulation. Just subtly moving to very specific spots to get enemies to line up in such a way that we can
Okay.
kill them as soon as possible.
Let's go.
Then for this stage, you can see we have a boss and they don't get one-shotted with Hellfire Shot.
Thank you.
However, if we're in revenge mode, we can one-shot them. So I'm gonna use squad attack with these maids, because maids are range units, as you can see.
Okay.
And that's the end of episode 5. Pretty short episode once you level up a bit. But since we're level 101,
Where would you like to go, dude?
we shouldn't really be facing too much resistance in the upcoming episodes.
Let's end
Now,
this quick.
this episode, the biggest threat that we're facing here are the ninja enemies.
Thank you.
The ninjas, if you are next to a ninja, you'll have a 50% chance to hit them. So we just want to make sure we're at least one space away from them before committing to an attack.
Let's go.
And then for the boss itself, I don't want to get right next to her because that'll trigger a dialogue sequence, which will waste a few seconds.
Let's go.
Hey, Krista.
So I'm just gonna take out these swordswomen. Then I'm going to go to the center area. So revenge mode is not something you can entirely control, just because for maps like this, as you can see, the enemies are too far away from our base panel, so we can't exactly sacrifice our allies all the time to force revenge mode.
Let's go.
And this is one of those stages where we can't control it.
Okay.
This stage doesn't really have a unique netherworld effect.
Let's end this quick.
It's just got a lot of rooftops. So this is where we'll force revenge mode for Killia. We can take out top enemies here.
Thank you.
To attack this slumber cat, and will kill off maybe 8, 9 enemies. And I can just clean up the rest of these enemies with my AoE skill.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're gonna
Let's end
go
this quick.
this stage. This stage has a lot of neutral units. So unfortunately, we cannot really do much about these units. We just need to let them do their own thing, and eventually the actual enemies will kill off the neutral units. Then we just have to clean up whatever is left. For now, we'll just focus on taking out the enemies on the outside. So the imps are kind of annoying if you don't have a means to take them out quickly. Okay, I haven't seen these guys go out this arena.
Let's go.
It's fine though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the most random stages in the main story. And this is a recurring boss, one of many that we'll fight. His name's Bloodus. He's a very, very easy boss. All you have to do is equip a fist weapon and just punch him repeatedly until he falls.
Okay.
And the reason we need to equip a fist specifically is because Bloodus is weak to fists, and fists also have a lot of counter attack. If you equip a fist, you have more innate counter attacks. Now, this is not something we normally do if we're doing just the main story. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna rearrange our NPCs so they're easier to access. Any NPC that I'll be using in some capacity throughout this run, I'm gonna need to move their positions to make them easier to get to. Just one more, and that should be it. Okay, so that's the NPCs done. Now I need to grab some abilities for Killia. Shaking Excitement, and then Study Lover, Mana Lover, Workshop Intern, Smart Guy, and then Salia, also Mean Guy as well. So I'm gonna get rid of Tough Guy and Mean Guy and put on Shaking Excitement. I'm gonna buy 100 Dimples so I'm at it.
Where would you like to go, dude?
So Shaking Excitement is a powerful ability that we'll be using a lot in this run. What it does is for every enemy that's on the map, we'll get 3% extra stats. Hey Serpent, go on.
Let's
Just
go.
doing the practice now. So this Netherworld's effect is it caps our accuracy to 80%. But if we have this green-haired unit called Christo stand next to us, it'll make our accuracy 100%. So in that particular scenario, we want Christo to stand next to Killia to make sure we hit every enemy with squad attack.
Let's go.
We won't really be using him much for this episode because the enemies are just too far away from the base panel. But this isn't the last time. We will be using him quite a bit in the future.
Let's go. You okay?
Alright,
Let's
and
go.
now we're gonna go to stage. So these enemies are on enemy boost 50%, which makes them a little tougher to kill. They have effectively higher stats than what is displayed on their stats screen. So we just want to focus on killing the warriors and the Mothman until we get to revenge mode. And when we get to revenge mode, I'm just gonna squad back with these gunners, which are the units with a hat. So if you heard somebody say bye bye, that's a thief that was just killed. She is on the very right side of the cliff that's to the right of the area. And
Let's go.
if we didn't squad attack that gunner, we would have to spend several turns going up that cliff to try to kill her. And then, this
Let's
stage,
go.
we want to focus on these purple-haired enemies, which are armor knights. Those enemies, they like to defend quite a bit, which obviously makes them hard to kill. They can also block attacks for their allies.
Let's end this quick.
Here I'm gonna squad attack the last group over there.
You okay?
Those armor knights had magic change with an enemy, and if we didn't squad attack them,
Let's
kill
end this
them,
quick.
we would have to see a skill animation, because we don't really see anywhere else. So skill animations in this game, they always play the first time you see them. So there is some routing going on that involves not having certain skills get seen. And we can do that with the tile manipulation as mentioned earlier. Okay, so the boss here is Bloods again, and once again he's a pretty simple boss. He just has more allies to back him up. But we just do the same strategy as last time. Flip a fist and just punch him repeatedly.
Okay.
Okay, so right here our opposition is going to get a lot tougher. Therefore, we will need to... Oh, I never moved Curry NPC, did I? I'll have to move that later. So I'm gonna eat the curry and make another one. It is always important to make another curry once you consume one, because there is a trophy for having a curry sit for 100 stages. Obviously that's a lot of stages, so we'll need to just make a curry and then have it sit for several stages, so we can get the trophy. The next time we will need to get curry will be the time where we will finally be ready to get that trophy. Now for this stage, it's got a very interesting strategy. So, but we want to just get the revenge mode. Then I'm gonna squad attack this imp on the blue tiles. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna make the armor knight take the squad attack for the imp, which is actually want to happen, because it kills off 2 units that are on the other end of the map. So we never really had to deal with those units at all. Yeah, you lose like maybe 15 seconds trying to go for those final 2 enemies if you don't do the squad attack that way. Now for this stage, there's another interesting strategy here. There are 2 squads of succubus enemies, and they're all on yellow panels which have the clone effect. So what we're gonna do is we can actually throw enemies out of bounds and kill them instantly. So I just did that for one of them and then killed the other one with Killia, and that takes out 1 squad of the succubus enemies. And that's important because clones are actually in the same squad as the original unit.
Thank you.
That's all.
So once you see there are clones being made, but once I squad attack one of the clones, you can see that it kills off everything else. So there are no more succubus enemies to deal with after you squad attack one of them.
Let's go.
So here we're gonna do some warping. not much we can really do to speed the stage up other than
Great.
make our inputs as quickly as possible. Just warp to one section, take out the enemies, rinse and repeat. I'm gonna use Spear Gate to take out these succubus enemies. I don't actually want to get close to them because they have an ability that lowers stats of male characters when they're right next to succubus.
Okay.
And effects like that actually do stack, so you can have your stats lowered by a
Let's go.
substantial amount if you're next to too many succubus enemies. Here's Bloodus again. He's just has a lot more HP than last time, but he's gonna die just as quickly, or slightly less quickly as last time. Alright, this is the point where we need to upgrade our equipment, because enemies are gonna get a lot tougher. We actually need to buy some defensive gear to survive
Where would you like
upcoming
to go,
enemies.
dude?
Now we're going to go to the Scorch Flame stage.
It's my turn.
Let's go.
So this stage introduces the wrestler enemies. Ooh, I messed that throw up. I need to restart. So those wrestlers are the ones with the masks and the bandanas. We want to take them out as soon as possible because they can lift
Just going to stay in the back.
and throw your characters. And if you get lifted by a wrestler, you will lose a turn, which we obviously don't want to happen. So it's important to make sure you keep a good distance away from a wrestler unit.
You. Okay.
Make sure that you don't get lifted. Okay, so earlier in episode 3 I changed subclasses of some seemingly random units, and this is why we did that, because we're gonna magic change both of them onto Kilia.
Let's go.
And what that does is we're gonna level up these subclasses. So besides besides getting experience from killing enemies, you can also get subclass mastery and money and mana from killing enemies.
Thank you.
And in this case, we want to rank up subclasses of those monsters to unlock a new class. That's really all it is. So basically just kill a bunch of enemies
Okay.
to rank up subclasses to unlock more classes. Since I didn't...
Quick.
Okay, I need to magic change them once more. Because I missed one enemy with the... Yeah, I missed one enemy with the squad attack, so I have to change both of them again to compensate. So subclasses can have up to 6 tiers, and we just need to rank up those subclasses to the second tier.
Okay. Let's go.
Alright. This stage does have an effect. It's lower all the fire resistance of everything. And that's one of the reasons why we use Kilia, because he has Hellfire Shot, and Hellfire Shot is Fire Elemental. Which obviously makes things a lot easier here, since we can just spam it for the whole stage, whole episode. Once again, I'm gonna take out the wrestlers as soon as possible.
Okay. Let's end this quick. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just gonna do some power manipulation to make the enemies end up in a straight line, so I can kill a lot of them each turn. You can see it works pretty well at this stage. Just like that, all the enemies are gone.
Okay.
Now here's the other big setup portion for the story. So those magic change monsters I did in the last episode is all to complete this quest, which will unlock the Magic Knight class.
Welcome.
And we need that class to unlock another class later on. I'm just gonna buy some better equipment for Killia, then I'll change up his abilities. And then I will need to change the cheat shop settings so we get more experience and increase the enemy strength by 1. I'm gonna change the subclasses of Killia and Usalia. Killia will be Magic Knight, Usalia will be Warrior, and then I'm gonna need to pass this skill called Martial Training, which will unlock the grinding stage that we need
Let me thank
to
you.
level up quickly. This build can be kind of
Let me thank
fickle,
you.
since it's only a 34% chance to pass. Eventually we will pass it though.
Let me thank you.
That's one of the reasons why I made I focus more on mana for the previous episodes, because it can take a lot of tries to pass this build due to the relatively low percent
Where would you like to
chance.
go, dude?
Okay, so now we're gonna take another detour and do some grinding.
Let's go.
So these guys are weak to sword and water. Alright, I need to kill Kali on the top party, and I need to do that after this.
Thank you.
Is that all? Sit.
Thank you. You okay?
Okay, so minor setback, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I need to arrange my party lineup so that Usalia is second from the top and Killia is on top. That makes it easier to access both of them.
Let's go.
Not getting very good
I will
damage
never
rolls on
run
these
away
guys.
from you.
Thank you.
Fight.
So our goal is to
Okay.
do the stage 14 times so we can level up both Usalia and Killia at the same time. As you can see, I'm magic chain Usalia
Okay.
to Killia every time I do this stage, because I'm trying to level both of them at once now. As you can see, Usalia and Killia are already over level 100. Now these guys are weak to sword,
Let's
and
go.
they're also weak to water, but Vacuum Slice X skill I'm using is not an... It's a non-elemental skill, but I did buy a water
Let's end
pistol
this quick.
in the last shopping trip I did, which has a
Okay.
special property that it will make any non-elemental skill a water
Let's end this quick.
element skill. That means
Okay.
the Vacuum Slice X skill I'm using is now water element, which will hit their weakness. So that's why we're able to one-shot these guys so easily. After a few level ups, of course.
Okay.
So the main reason
Let's go.
we're doing this stage so many times is not because we need the levels necessarily, it's because we need to rank up subclasses. So aside from unlocking classes, ranking up your subclasses will also unlock new abilities to use for your characters.
Okay.
So in this case, the warrior subclass is gonna unlock Shaking Excitement for Usalia eventually, and we'll be needing that
Okay.
pretty soon.
Let's go.
Me too.
Thank you. You okay?
Almost done. Just need a couple more clears.
Let's go.
I'm going for it.
You okay?
When all said and done, we should hit level 300 with Killia,
Let's end this quick.
and then somewhere around level 270 for Salia. Okay, so when he gets a common ability slot lock, that means we're already level 300 with Killia.
Cheating's the best. Let's fix
I'm gonna
you
heal up, and then I will need to buy more. I'll need to get Bravery Belt Salia, which raises attack. And I need to take off that water pistol that Killia's got. Okay, so now we can actually do the rest of the story. At this point, we are done with most of the grinding that we need for
Let's
the
go.
rest of the story. We just have to go through the motions to clear the story itself. If I end my turn on this spot right here, the Chimeras, which are the winged units, they're gonna line up really nicely so we can hit both of them with Vacuum Slice X. That's the main tile manipulation for that stage, this stage. Now at this point I can swap Vacuum Slice X and Hellfire Shot's positions. I'm gonna need to kill a lot of these zombies because squad attack doesn't actually squad attack's damage will get split up between depending on how many targets there are.
Okay.
So I needed to whittle down the zombie count a little bit before I squad attack. So because if there are too many zombies alive on the map, squad attack will not kill them all, and you want squad attack to kill all the targets to get the most use out of it. So now we're gonna use Salia as well as Killia. So we're gonna use her Critical Meteor skill, which is a 3x3 AoE. We won't be using it very often, but this is the episode where it will get the most use. So we just need to kill off these enemies with killing Salia, then those professors which are the remaining units with the glasses. They'll just spend their turns boosting themselves, which won't do any good. Because we're, level 300 while they're, what, like level 40? So we're gonna split up Killia and Salia here. We're just gonna have Salia take this top route while Killia takes the left. This one we can just leave with Salia alone, and she'll take care of the zombie with a counterattack eventually. Killia should just focus on taking out all the enemies near these enemy base panels. Yeah, enemy base panels are a thing in this game. They bring out an enemy every turn, but they don't. Eventually, they will run out of enemies to spawn, like what just happened there. Now I'm gonna go to. There's just gonna be a lot of zombie bunnies here, and just need to kill them all with Hellfire Shot. It's a pretty easy stage. Just need to wait a couple turns to have them all closer towards us, and then we'll just squad attack most of them. Oh wait. I forgot. So we're gonna fight a tough boss here. So we need to do some setup. So we need to teach Usalia a couple abilities and boost her Brave Heart to +2.
Where would you like to go, dude?
And now we're gonna
What's my name? Smell you later.
do some setup.
All men are my servants. Leave it to me.
And just like that, we have defeated the boss, who we never get to see. So at this point in that particular stage, Usalia will unlock her overload. We haven't really talked about overload very much, but overload is in this game is a special power that overlord type characters will get as part of their character development plot. And Usalia gets her overload
Let's go, go, go.
at that stage
Is that all? You.
that we just did. So the overload style is very powerful. See, it just outright attacks everything on the map. If you thought squad attack was powerful, then the overload is quite a force to be reckoned with for this part of the run.
Let's end this quick.
At this point,
Let's go.
as far as the overload goes, what happens, what you need to do to trigger that is you need to be in revenge mode to trigger to even use the overload, and then once you do that, you can use the overload, but it won't actually take up your action.
Let's end this quick.
There.
So you can do things like move and attack after you use it. And yeah, as you can see, well, for this stage, we can't really set up the overload very effectively because of the geo effects. So you kind of have to do this the normal way. But as you can see, for most of the story part of this run, what we're going to be doing is just setting up what I call the triple S strategy, which boils down to sacrificing 3 of our allies and then stacking buffs and then slaughtering them with the overload. So the reason I'm bringing out all these characters and surrounding Usalia with them is because Usalia has an ability that increases her attack by 20% for each ally that's adjacent to her, and it will stack, so you can get plus 80 attack, 80% attack
All men are my servants.
when you put 4 allies beside her.
Is that all? Smell you later.
So yeah, that's what most of this episode will. That's what most of the remaining episodes will boil down to. It will kill most enemies except for boss type enemies. Now, this is the other thing that we need to unlock: the Celestial Messenger quest, which is the Celestial Host class. That's the reason why I
Welcome.
changed my subclasses back during the grinding step. So,
You need something?
the Celestial Host is a very powerful support unit. When I said that Usalia gets extra attack power for every unit that's adjacent to her, the Celestial Hosts kind of do the same thing, except they do it to the units that they're adjacent to. So we combo that with Usalia's ability plus the Celestial Host ability, you'll get a lot of attack power for Usalia. And here I'm making... So I made 4 Celestial Hosts, but then I'm also making a bunch of low-level characters. I need to make 10 high-level characters. I gotta make 10 high-level characters because I need them for what's called Netherworld research. It's not something you would do in a main story run, but it is a requirement for a trophy. I have to research 100 Netherworlds in total. So what's gonna happen is I need to go to this research NPC, and I'm just gonna send them all to the top 10 netherworlds on this list. So you can send out allies to research netherworlds, and then after however many turns, they're gonna come back and the netherworld will be researched.
Where would you like to go, dude?
So we just have to, eventually we'll need to check back with them, and then when you when they have done their thing, we'll get a new netherworld when all said and done.
My servant. Yeah.
So that's all you need to do for that trophy. It's just one of those trophies that's very important to start as soon as possible. Now we're gonna see the celestial host in action.
Now, what should I do?
So I am putting Christo by Usalia in conjunction with the celestial host, so I can maintain a 100% accuracy with the overload, because accuracy is capped at 99% even though we are way over leveled compared to the enemies. So it is important to have this 100% accuracy, because there are times where occasionally you'll use it without Christo, and then there'll be
Let's go.
a random enemy that survives, and then you'll probably just have to
Smell you later.
either retry the stage or spend a few turns trying to defeat that last enemy. Obviously not something we want to deal with.
Now,
We just
what
use
should I
Christo to
Give it to me, please.
ensure the kill works the first time.
Let's go.
Sit.
Let's end this quick.
Alright, so now for this stage I will need to blow up all these enemies with the overload.
Leave it to me.
And then I'm going to equip this item that I bought earlier in the episode called the Leafy Fan. The Leafy Fan works essentially like the water pistol that I use for the grinding step, except it makes attacks wind elemental instead of water elemental.
Let's go.
That's great because we're gonna face a lot of enemies that are weak to wind next episode.
Let's go. Let's go.
And this is just one of those curb stomp episodes or stages, because we have Killia awaken his dark side, and he gets infinite turns for that stage, so it's just a matter of moving the enemies and killing them with AoE skills. Pretty simple.
Where would you like to go, dude?
And that's the last time we'll see that form of Killia, because he learns to suppress it as the story goes on,
Let's go. I'm gonna
or
eat
control it
Dude,
rather.
Yeah, you.
Alright, so this netherworld has the effect
should I do?
where the wind resistance of everything is lowered. So obviously the Leafy Fan is a great item to have here.
What's my name?
It actually affects the overload as well.
Drenched in poison.
Alright, so we have our sacrifices done, and we just need to
I'm going for it.
kill off the enemies. Yeah,
Smell you later.
this is mostly gonna be what the episodes are gonna, the stages are gonna look like for most of this episode.
Lost.
So just
Now,
kill off my
what should I
allies
do?
and then surround Salia with Christo plus a couple angels. And then after that, we'll just
It's my turn. Yeah, dude. Sup, dude? I will. Right there.
blow up everything with the overload. Okay, so that's pretty easy. And so this is where Killia unlocks his overload.
What should I do?
I'm going
How could this?
So his overload is pretty cool. It allows him to act 3 times in 1 turn.
Don't worry.
We won't really see that a lot here unless this guy survives. He also gets this new skill called Abuse the Holy Water. We just used to annihilate Bloodist there. Now this is the shortest episode in the run.
Where would you like to go, dude?
So this episode should only take about 3 minutes.
I'm gonna eat you, dude. Yeah.
So
Let's go.
unlike the other stages previously, all the enemies here are in the same squad, so we just need to use Killia and just use one squad attack and we're done. That's the last time we'll see a convenient stage like this for the story. So we'll be using Usalia here. Now the effect of this netherworld is there's going to be a laser that will target your allies and it'll fire after
Now, what
a
should
couple
I do?
turns, but with our setup we are at the point where we will never see this laser fire.
Let's go. What's on Smell you later. You guys, let's super go.
And now here's the best stage in the game.
What should I do?
Every enemy is a pretty, by the way.
All men are my servants. Let's go for my master. Leave it to me, Blink. Leave it to me, Blink. It's my turn. Everyone. Leave it to me.
Just like that, we kill everything in 2 turns. You can see everything should be killed in a couple turns, so that laser is never an issue. Oh, by the way, I should mention that in a main story run, I would make a total of 9 new characters, and that's because, as you can see, I was down to my last couple characters, just Usalia and Killia, and then the 4 Celestial hosts. Yeah, that's intentional, so I basically make enough characters so that I can sacrifice 3 characters, at least 3 characters on every stage, and still have enough
Let's go.
Celestial hosts to surround Usalia with.
I'm not an angel.
So once again, it's a pretty standard setup. You just use the sacrifice, stack, and slaughter strategy. This one, for this stage, the boss is not going to be outright killed by the overload, so we have to. That's the reason why I bought a red weapon for Salia at the start of the episode, so we can one-shot the boss. So once I do the overload, I can throw Salia over to the boss and then kill it with Berserk Stream, hopefully. Okay, so he did kill it with Berserk Stream. That can happen sometimes. In that case, we have to summon the Netherworld to break the the effect of this netherworld, which is enemy reinforcements every turn, and the boss just blew itself up. This is another boss fight, but it's one of those stages where we don't even have to engage the boss directly. You saw the boss for very, very briefly, but she doesn't really have very good resistances to Xalia's attacks, so that's why she outright dies.
Let's go! I'm going, Blitz!
You can see right there, enemy reinforcements show up after every turn, so that's kind of why we wanted to. So in the event that something survives the overload, we will have to
Is that all?
summon our netherworld to get rid of that effect.
What should I do?
I'm going, Blitz!
So here is a stage where Killia gets to shine with his overload.
I'll show you my true power. How could this?
So I'm gonna activate the overload, and then I'm gonna do a squad attack to wipe out everything. Then I will just use a bit of holy water to kill the boss, just like that. You don't really need to Salia. And then finally we have the final episode of the story.
Let's go.
So for this episode, we will need to, for this stage, we will need to make to get Tower 5 so we can throw our sacrifices toward the enemies.
Leave it to me, Blitz!
Because most of the enemies are just going to target the ones in that tower, so as you can see our
Going, Blitz!
one unit over there survived.
Me too! It hurts!
And now I'm going to line up my sacrifices right here, because so they can all get killed in one action. Then after that, I will
I'm not an angel.
blow them all up. And then here we will face twin dragons, which are an enemy that heavily resists wind. So I will need to take off that leafy fan that I had equipped for most of the previous episodes. Okay, so that's not good. We got a bad stout roll probably.
Get out of here!
Yeah, dude! Leave it to me, Blitz!
So what stinks is I have to, about retrying this, is I have to go and take off the leafy fan again. As you can see, it worked that time. And I didn't really do anything different. It's just that enemies do have randomized stats. And sometimes they may have a higher resistance or a higher defense, which means they will take less damage from the overload. So I need to make a tower and toss that horseman that's near the boss. Because that horseman's gonna magic change with the boss next turn. Or he's gonna magic change the nearest enemy next turn, and we don't want it to be the boss. Because that'll make him a lot harder to kill, and he has, I think, over 100,000 HP, or close to it. So yeah, by the way, this is Void Dark, who is the main villain of this story. So we're gonna go I used how far shot there specifically because I don't want. I need to be at least 3 tiles away from it to avoid a counterattack. And just like that, we can wipe out the rest of the units pretty easily.
Let's go.
Okay, so here's the final boss. We may have defeated Void Dark, but his, I guess his spirit, his darkness, he goes and possesses his sister, and she is the final boss. We're basically gonna have to kill her and purge the darkness from her. Alright. So the way this fight works is there are 4 of these crystal enemies, which are called bits. And I have to kill all the bits to damage the boss substantially. Oh, that was so close. 770 HP. Alright, it's fine though. That's just bad damage RNG. Whatever. He's dead next turn. Normally we would be able to kill her in 1 turn, but I guess the damage RNG didn't agree with me that time. Okay, now we beat the story and we're gonna enter the post game. So this is probably where we'll take our first break on hotfix.
To your heart's content.
So there's a lot of stuff to do here. First I'm gonna change my cheat shop settings. And then I'm gonna claim the Netherworld researches. There's our trophy for capturing, I think 50 or was it 100 enemies? Yeah, I'm just gonna put all these Brinnies to research Netherworlds to work towards that trophy. Like I said, it's something that I have to gradually do for a while until that trophy is done and over with.
Awesome.
Now I'm gonna go and dump. We got a lot of prisoners from going through the story stages, so it's now time to put all of them into a squad. So every time you kill an enemy, a regular enemy, a non-boss enemy, they have a chance to surrender and be captured. So that's what that is here. So now we're gonna need to pass a few things for Killia. So Killia's overload is pretty powerful, but we're gonna get rid of it and give him a different overload. The overload I gave him is very similar to Usalia's overload, but it's just slightly weaker.
Thank you. Great.
It also attacks everything on the map, just like Usalia's overload. But we just need a skill that attacks everything. And then here I'm gonna focus on unlocking a bunch of quests. Well, I'll finish most of these quests that will unlock monster type characters. That's what I'm gonna do here, because we do need to unlock all classes eventually to get a trophy. So it's better just to get that out of the way as soon as possible. Or rather, we have to unlock all these quests as soon as possible so that we don't have to do much menuing. So I'm just gonna focus on the monsters, the monster unlock quests for now, because those are the ones that actually require items to unlock. The human character classes just need the other human classes of a certain subclass rank to unlock. So once I get most of them out of the way, I can focus on doing the other miscellaneous quests. So capture enemies and then examine Netherworld. So completing these quests will give us some very useful fun weapon items. So the fun weapons in this game are the weapons that have an exclamation point as an icon. They have some very special abilities. So I'm gonna accept this quest for a megaphone. The megaphone is a cool item that will allow us to capture enemies easier. And also the race flag is an item that will increase the amount of stats we get on leveling up.
Me?
I gotta upgrade Salia's Braveheart Magic Boost to plus. +4, and then I'm gonna change up the abilities for Killia a little bit. He's fighting instinct, shaking excitement, bean guy. Then got all that. Also, I need to accept the CHM77 invitation quest, which will unlock us the grinding stage that I need to do. So at this point, our immediate task is to unlock the Carnage Dimension, which is essentially the final area in the game, like the end game. So when I unlock the Carnage Dimension, I can get to my most powerful at that point, but for now we have to unlock it. So we'll do that by going to this map.
Let's end this quick.
So these enemies are all gunners.
Thank you.
The unique thing about this map is all the enemies here have 1 HP.
Okay.
It's the cheat
So the fact that they have 1 HP means that they are easy. You just need to hit them at least once with anything and they'll just die. So that's why we need the new overload on Killia, because it hits everything. So this is going to be our grinding spot.
like to go, dude?
And the cool thing about this is we only need to do this map a few times and then we are all set for this section of the post game. So we're at the early post game part right now, and we just want to get to the end game by unlocking the Carnage Dimension.
Thank you.
Okay, so I max out their levels, so they hit pretty hard. But we do have this curry that we can eat to heal a large amount of health.
Okay.
So as you can see, we can now kill these enemies at their strongest. So we're just gonna do this a couple more times.
Great.
So when we got to this, when we reached the post game for the first time, we were around level 300. But as you can see, right now we're level 1000. Killia. So we just need to do this a couple more times to get him to around 1500. And then that should be plenty of stats to get us through the rest of this section game. Also, this Netherworld is This stage is set in the Sand Kano Netherworld, which means we do have to deal with that 80% accuracy. But as you can see, it's not really that big of a deal. The only concern,
Let me thank you.
the only main problem that may force a retry is if you get more than 7 units surviving. Which hasn't happened yet. So every now and then I'm just gonna go back to the Netherworld NPC and check up on my research. It does take a while to get this trophy. You just have to be vigilant about checking it very often.
Where would you like to go, dude?
Okay, so back to San Kano again. This should be the last time that we will need to pass the triple EXP, because after this clear, we're all set for the rest of this part of the game, stat-wise and level-wise.
Let me thank you. Let me thank you. Let me thank you.
So just like that. If there are any remaining characters that the Overlord can finish, just kill them with a gun.
Let's end this quick.
So I'm gonna need to do the stage again, not for the levels, but for the prisoners. Because most of the strength that we get during this part of the game is not from raw levels or stats, it's actually from prisoners and squads.
What?
So I'm going to go and do some stuff with the squads for a little bit. First, we're gonna go to this interrogation squad, then max that out. Then I'm gonna go to life support, max that out, put a unit in it. And then I'm going to also, well, I need to put Killia in the interrogation squad, that's what I need to do. So, by interrogating enemies, you will...
This is it.
So what happens is you can, with squads, you can level up squads by putting prisoners in them. It'll, how much experience the prisoners will give is dependent upon their level.
Awesome.
So when you interrogate them, they'll give 3 times as much experience towards the squad. So that's why you want to interrogate them. So I'm gonna put all my as much prisoners as I can into this alchemy squad, max that out, then fill that with units. Then after that I will put the rest of these prisoners into this foot soldier squad. It looks like I still need a good chunk of it. Let's fill this with prisoners. And then we have made a new... By putting the units in Alchemy Squad, we get a new NPC show up, which is the Alchemy NPC. I'm gonna just move Furry NPC and the Alchemy NPC closer to the base. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to talk to this Alchemy NPC to have him make some items that will be useful in our quest. Yeah, just Gen C exits. Okay, then after that I'm gonna need to pass a few bills here. Alright, I have to lower the enemy difficulty.
Cheat to your heart's content.
So we're mostly done with our levels. Need mana a lot more than levels right now. I'm actually just gonna talk to Serafina here a bit to get some skits out of the way. So those exclamation points are skits, and you need to see 20 of them for a trophy.
Don't take it personal.
It's not a missable trophy, because you can get all you need once you reach the end game.
Tentacle.
Okay, so we're gonna pass a few bills to unlock the necessary maps that I need to progress. Unfortunately, they all have a very low chance of passing, so we're gonna need to pass all the bills by force, which involves killing everything in the Senate.
Let me thank you. Don't take it personal.
Annihilate the enemy! I'm gonna eat you, dude! Dude!
Oh, missed one. See, that's what happens with that 99% accuracy. Sometimes you get just one random unit that survives.
You okay? Let me thank you.
Just one more bill. I should probably do dual magic change as well before I forget.
Don't take it personal.
Let's go! Yeah, dude!
Explode. No escape.
Fight! No! Dude!
You okay? Let me thank you.
One last bill, dual magic change. Okay, that passed, no problem.
Let me thank you.
What?
Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude! Yeah, dude!
Okay, so now I'm gonna need to go
Where would you like to go, dude?
to a few stages. So unlocking the Carnage Dimension has several steps to it. First, I need to go through all the stages of the Martial Trial,
That's all.
which I'm doing right now. This is the second stage. Every time you clear the latest stage, a new bill will open up to unlock the next one. So this stage is not necessary for
Smell you later.
the Carnage Dimension,
Let's
but
end this
you
quick.
do need to do this stage eventually to get a class unlocked. This stage has the most enemies in the game. There are 100 enemies exactly. So we want to just do our setup so we can one-shot them all. This is one of the reasons why we overleveled as well, so we can just kill them all in one overload like that.
Okay?
Pretty simple. Then I'm gonna go past the new build to unlock the next Martial Trial stage.
Don't take it personal.
Let's go! Yeah, dude!
You okay? Let me thank you.
Alright. Now we've done that, I
Awesome!
think I should focus more on upping the level of the squad. Okay, so I'm dumping a lot of prisoners into this squad because squad attack actually has a damage multiplier that increases the more prisoners you have into it, and it caps at around 225. And we just capped out this squad. So now when we use squad attack, next you will see a huge amount of damage being done to the enemies.
Smell you later. Is that all?
Let's go.
I'm just gonna get Martial Trial 3 out of the way, and then we can go do the story maps.
Smell you later. Smell you later.
Let's go. You okay?
Sit.
Okay, so this boss is
There.
the boss that we keep killing off screen and we never really see. But now we have to actually fight her at her strongest. So her name is Margarita, and she's basically a necromancer who's like to torture people. She plays a curse in Salia that she's doomed to eat curry unless otherwise she's gonna. She's doomed to eat curry, otherwise she's gonna turn into that berserk state. And now we have her in the party because we convinced. She plays a curse on herself that she has to like use Salia's slave. So that's why she joins our party now. Now we're gonna go here to this board game area called Cara World. This is how you increase the abilities of your characters. However, we're not gonna go here too often. We're only gonna go here a total of 5 times. Because we don't really need to use the features too much. We just need to... The only reason we're even doing this is because there are trophies attached to it and we need to unlock all the different tiers of the Cara World to get a trophy. So after defeating the first tier, we can now unlock the Demon Lord difficulty, so I'm gonna go through that. That trophy is for completing 20 quests, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna accept. The Overlord task.
Welcome. Just take a
So I did the Cara World with Izuna, who I didn't really use for most of the game. But I did need to do it with her specifically because I needed a Geoblast scroll. Aw, dang it. That was some bad damage roll there.
Go.
So in the Cara World you can meet a shadow yourself. Normally you would have to get really unlucky to lose this fight with them. So you see right there, I won pretty handily that time and still have over half my health remaining.
Let me thank you.
But on that previous attempt I got some bad RNG. Yeah, all you need to know about the Cara World is we just want to get this goal as soon as possible.
Great.
All there is to it.
Let me thank you.
And I'm just gonna get more movement for Killia. So then after that, I'm gonna unlock more stages. Just going through the motions to unlock the bills.
Annihilate the enemy.
Pass the bills to unlock the stages.
Okay.
So the next stage is gonna be a stage where we're gonna fight the remnants of Void Dark,
Let me thank you.
essentially.
Don't take it personal.
So
The enemy.
in the final boss fight for the main story, Void Dark had like his essence, or his dark essence, possessed his sister,
Let me thank you.
and we purged that in the final boss fight. But now we have a situation where we... Oh, I need to check my netherworlds. We had a situation where there's still some remnants remaining. We gotta purge all that. So that's what we're gonna do right now. I hope I'm doing this right, because I think that's how I remember the story going anyways.
Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Okay. Good to know. It's been a long time since I've watch the story scenes for this game.
Yeah, but I mean, the story's so simple that I feel like they didn't really think that much when they were writing it.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I haven't really watched the story scenes since I
Let's go.
first played the game in 2015.
Let's go.
Okay, so there's Martial Trial 4. I just need one more to finish all of the Martial Trials. But first we're gonna finish the Void Dark Remnant stages.
Let's go.
So the enemies levels are gonna rise up as we go on. I think they're around level 800 here.
Now, what should I do?
Somewhere around it. They'll get close to 1,000 at the end of this. There's 2 more stages we have to do.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
So as you can see, squad packs doing a lot of damage to these guys
My powers.
because of all the prisoners that we put into the squad.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You also notice that Killia only needs 2 sacrifices to get the revenge mode this time. That's because of the shaking excitement ability I put onto him.
Now, what should I do?
So I have to buff up my stats for Killia, and then just like that, with 1 squad attack, we easily cleared off all Void Dark's remnants. Now we have Void Dark himself, or actually he's not Void Dark anymore, he's just regular old Void in our party.
Just take a look.
Now I'm gonna do Kara World Overlord difficulty to fulfill one of the requirements for Carnage Dimension. Okay, well the goal is sight, so at least I know where it is. However, it seems like it's out of the way. I have to go. I guess I have to go in a circle, more or less.
Let's go.
So the only thing to keep in mind when doing Kara World is I don't ever want to end on the black square with the arrow in it, because that's gonna send me to the start.
Stop by.
That is going to send me back to the beginning,
Thank you.
and obviously we don't want that.
I
Thank you.
win.
I'm also gonna avoid that arrow, green arrow as well, because it'll warp you to random tile, a random warp tile, and I don't know where that warp tile is. Okay, it looks like it was you're an enemy, so maybe I would have activated.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm just spamming A, trying to get the dire scroll and the movement done as quickly as possible. All there is to it for the Kara World.
Let's end this quick.
So Kara World Overlord is done.
What?
And then I have to do more Netherworld research. Also, Netherworlds that come up from researching have ranks, and one of the requirements of the Carnage Dimension is to get a rank 35 Netherworld, which is no problem because we researched so many Netherworlds. I'm sure I've unlocked a rank 35 Netherworld already. I have to throw away some of these blue Netherworlds. The green Netherworlds you can't get rid of. So that's just a rank 35 Netherworld, so that's already done. Okay, now I'm gonna pass the last martial trial bill.
Don't take it personal.
Let's go.
My right hand.
Which will unlock Martial Trial 5, and I just need to clear that and I'll have completed 3 of the 4 requirements. So the requirements were a rank 35 Netherworld, Terra World Overlord defeated all of the extra characters, which we already got.
Let's end this quick.
And then finally, I need to kill an item god, which is the one that I didn't go out of my way for.
What should I do?
Just like that, Martial Trial 5 is done.
Okay.
And now, I only have an item god left to do. So earlier, I leveled up a gate key. We're not gonna go in the gate key because I have to specifically go in a weapon to get most of the item world trophies, because item world has a bunch of trophies associated with it. Got around 5 of them. And the thing with that is the item world trophies. One of the item world trophies requires you to be in a weapon in order to get that trophy. First, I'm gonna go and have accelerators. Good. I equip more shoes to kill you for better movement. I'm gonna go into this burning karate. So I also want to be in a legendary weapon specifically, because one of the item world trophies is
Let's go.
to raise an item's rarity to 100 to make it an epic item, and the legendary items in this game start at rarity 50. So obviously that will give us a
Let's go.
head start on the process of leveling up an item, making an item epic.
Let's go.
I'm gonna destroy the level sphere. This is the item that I'm gonna commit to leveling up. So I'm not gonna
Let's go.
I'm not going to
Leave it to me, Blitz.
work on leveling the item fully just yet. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm gonna try to reach a floor that ends in either 5 or 0.
Let's go.
And then I'm gonna use these diver items to skip all the way to floor 100, which is where the item god resides.
Let's go.
So I ran out of divers. The divers were the things that I had the alchemy NPC research
What?
or create for me,
Let's go.
and they allow you to skip item world floors up to the that are equivalent to the number that's on the diver. So I can have him make diver 10 and diver 5, which allows me to skip 10 and 5 floors. So what I'm gonna do now is I will take off the Mr. Gensi exit and then have this guy strictly produce
Where would you like to go, dude?
the divers. Because so the way I can make this process a little quicker is to just have him only create diver 10, diver 5, and then I just need to go to stage like this, and then I will just need to end my turn a bunch of times, because the percentage, the item generation will go every time a turn passes in the stage. There's a certain percentage of that goes up in the item as far as like creating it. I just need to end my turn enough times that it'll create enough divers for me to skip all the way to floor 500. Okay, that looks like it's about 30. I need a few more.
Let's end this quick.
I just skip as many turns as possible, and then I'll just kill off the enemies when I feel like I've had enough turns.
Okay.
Okay, so at this point I should have enough divers to take care of the item god. So I'm just gonna go skip straight with the item god
Hello.
with the divers, and then I'll destroy it,
Shall we go?
and then that should finish all the main requirements for the
I got it.
Carnage Dimension. Now, it's not going to immediately unlock the Carnage Dimension, we still need to do a few more stages.
I'm going, Blitz.
So completing these quests is going to unlock what I call the Gatekeepers quests.
Let's go.
Also, these level spheres, I'm just destroying them as much as possible, because I do need to level up the item itself at the end of the day.
Let's go.
And destroying the level spheres will work towards that. Okay, just one more diver and I'll reach floor 100. Just kill the item god and get out. All I need to do.
Let's go.
Okay, so just like that, item god's done. I can get out of here. And then that's it. I'm gonna do my research. Okay, so I'll do the research, and then these quests, these 4 check marks are the requirements for the Carnage Dimension, but clearing these quests will unlock what I call the Gatekeeper quests, which are some maps with some really difficult enemies. I say that loosely. With the setup that we have, they're really not that difficult. These stages are supposed to be difficult, but they have one fatal flaw we will exploit in a bit. Have to clear off a few quests. Also gonna grab a common orb here, get one of the quests out of the way. Okay, so now
Where would you like to go,
we're gonna start the Gatekeeper quest. Here's the first one. There's nothing too special about these quests. You just need to kill every enemy on the map and you're done.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
So, despite the high levels, you can see they're level 750. They have one fatal flaw. They're all in the same squad, so you can just use squad attack and kill them off one turn. And we're gonna be doing that for every single Gatekeeper stage. The strategy that we've been doing for
Let's go.
the main story. Just kill off 2 allies. Then at this point I need to equip an axe here, because these guys are weak to... The Armor Knights are weak to axes. And
Okay.
of course they like to defend a lot.
Is that all?
You guys, let's go.
Leave it to me, Blitz. Leave it to me, Blitz. Sorry, Blitz.
I'm not an angel.
I'm gonna just put Crystal beside Disgaea so it'll make it a little easier to hit these enemies. Then just one more Gatekeeper stage and I'll be done with them all and ready to unlock the Carnage Dimension.
Let's end this. The finisher. The finisher. Come on. Supreme One has lost.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
Now, what should I do?
So just like that, all the Gatekeeper quests are through. Now I will first take care of Netherworld research. I'm getting very close to the trophy. You can kind of tell because there's a number at the bottom of the Netherworld. The text box of the Netherworld is right now it's 76.
Let's go.
Just a few more. This trophy's called Seasoned Rocket Rider, so if I get that, then I'll be done with the Netherworld research part. So just turn in all of the Gatekeeper quests. I'm gonna buy Fairy Dust just for the Fairy quest. Then there's a new build that has unlocked, which is fight new enemies. And then after that,
Don't take it personal.
Let's go.
I just need to pass this bill and it will unlock the final set of stages needed to unlock the Carnage Dimension.
Let me thank you.
Where would you like to go, dude?
Okay, so the first stage, every enemy is in the same squad here, so you know what that means. Just use squad attack and you win. Just like that. Pretty easy. For the next stage,
Is that all?
we're gonna fight a powered up Glottis here. But he's still pretty easy, all things considered. Because every enemy is once again in the same squad, so we just need to do a squad attack and make sure we are equipped with a spear before doing so. So enemies kind of resist the axe. I think specifically Glottis resists it. Okay, just like that, Glottis is no more. And now we will fight the Carnage Overlord,
Let's go.
main obstacle, blocking us from Carnage Dimension. As you can see, he's very, very powerful. Kills all our allies with one hit. What I'm doing is the Carnage Overlord is actually a Prinny, so we can't actually lift this boss, but we can throw our own Prinny to the Carnage Overlord and wipe out every enemy. So now that we have Carnage Dimension unlocked, we can do a few things. First, I'm gonna need to make not Bloody Mary, I need Carnage Eclair. I just need this to be the only thing I make for now.
Where would you like to go, dude?
So I'm gonna go to the Demon Shroom stage and unlock the Shroom class.
Let's go.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
So the Shroom quest requires me to kill 3 of those random mushrooms that show up. in the mushroom netherworld, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, they're all over there, really? Yeah, you just need to make sure I don't kill all of them before I get a chance to finish off. Oh god, they're all bunched up over there.
Great.
Man, that stinks. Okay, you can at least kill them all. Right. That should take care of the shroom quest. Now it is at this point that we are going to need to do some grinding. But first I need to do the Carnage, or I need to do Overlord difficulty for the Kara world again.
Do it. Now go.
In order to unlock Super Overlord difficulty. Yeah, I know we have to do this difficulty twice, even though we already done it previously. But that's just a requirement to unlock the Super Overlord. Holy crap, a lot of ones here. Okay.
Let's go. Great. Let me thank you. Let's go. Let me thank you.
Dude!
Come on.
Thank you. Let's end this quick. Great.
Yeah, I can use the shop.
Let me thank you.
Rift Generator is the one I want and forward by lots. I'm probably gonna burn. So those dice items that I got
Let me thank you.
can help me traverse this Kara world faster, but I'm gonna save them for the Super Overlord difficulty. That's why I haven't really used most of them. If though, shoot. If needed, I will use the dice items. I'm running low on number of turns.
I see.
It's on the top left. The number of turns I have before I fail.
Great.
I'm going to increase the number of ability slots, which will be important for later. Okay, so we got our Carnage Eclair.
What?
So the Carnage Eclair is going to open up the grinding segment that we have to do, which is going to be in the item world. This Carnage Eclair. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that when you unlock Carnage Dimension, you can get Carnage items, which are essentially an alternate version of an item. They just have a red tint color.
You need something?
Also, I have to create some support units now. I gotta create 6 archers. We're not gonna use most of these units until the very end. But I'm just gonna do them right now because I do need to create a character anyways. I will be using in a bit. I need 6 archers. And then I need to create an orc, an imp, and then I have to create a high level maid. Then I also have to create a monster. At this point I have to swap the positions of most of my characters. So I have to teach Killia these skills from these scrolls that I got. He needs Geoblast, and then Extreme Mean Guy, Extreme Smart Guy, Extreme Smart Guy Monster, and then after that, yeah, I have to put some stuff on him still.
Thank you for coming, Flynn.
I'm gonna pass this build with a unique Eveldy.
Great. Let me thank you.
That's it. Now we are actually gonna start the grind process. Oh yeah, the alchemy squad needs to be edited. Want to make Gen C exit, then fillers. I'll make Diver 5 and then fillers. Filler G if I want. That'll be important for later, not now. Okay, so now we have everything we need to start the grinding.
Shall we go?
So I'm gonna need to favorite this Carnage Eclair that I got created. Alright. So what we're gonna do now is subclass leveling.
Great.
So subclasses are a very important thing to master in the post game, because for every subclass that you master, you get a certain amount of base stats that you can allocate towards, or your base stats are higher when you reincarnate. So what we're gonna do is master as many subclasses as possible that will
Let's go.
give increases to attack and int. And then when we reincarnate and level up, we will hit
Leave it to me, Flynn.
a large amount of stats. So that's what we're gonna do here. We're just gonna go through the process of swapping our subclasses for the Killia and this monster character. And then we are going to go to the item world of this Eclair. And then we'll find a
Let's
Geo symbol. And then we will instant kill this Geo symbol to get a lot of levels.
Let's go.
Not just like raw levels, because as you can see, Killia is already almost level 5,000 just from doing this. But the raw levels itself aren't that important. But what is important is the subclass levels, which is what we really want right now, because we're gonna reincarnate at the end of all this. Also need to put Geoblast at the I gotta put Geoblast at the top
The item
of
world's
Killia's
full of
skills.
surprises.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll just swap this. So as you can see, the Geoblast skill will instantly kill any Geo symbol on the map. It doesn't matter how high the level of the Geo symbol is or how high the stats are. So that's why we needed the Geoblast skill. We can also pick up a Geo symbol and throw it on top of an enemy, and it will also instant kill the Geo symbol. Either way works, but sometimes we may not be able to get to the Geo symbol without a lot of throwing, and that's where the Geoblast comes into play. So I'm just gonna go through this process, and it's gonna take a while because there are a lot of subclasses we have to master. Also, once in a while I need to check up on the Netherworld and see how the progress is going. I believe we are almost done. Oh, that was completely wrong.
Master! Master! Master!
Okay, I'm just gonna claim all these Netherworlds at once and then go send them all in one step. Yeah, I forgot I should have done that just yet. Okay. Now let's go back and do the subclass quest or leveling.
There!
At this point, we're gonna just unlock all of the
Shall we go?
classes.
Let's go.
And then I do have to keep an eye out on how the
Let's go.
Netherworld research is doing, because I probably need to know
go.
if the 100 Netherworlds have been researched. I feel like I'm getting very close. Okay, so
Let's end this
aside
quick.
from the subclasses, as I mentioned before, there are
I'm going, Blitz!
several trophies related to the item world itself. So one of the trophies that I have to keep an eye out for is the Geo Master Trophy. What that entails is I have to make a Geo chain of oh, there's Seasoned Rocket Rider, so I'm done with the Netherworld researches now. I don't need to worry about that research anymore. So yeah, going back to what I said, I need to keep an eye out for a floor in the item world with a lot of Geo symbols, because that'll allow me to get the Geo Master Trophy.
The item
So what
world's
that
full of
trophy requires you to do is you need to eliminate all of the Geo panels in a
Let's end this
stage,
quick.
and you have to do it while getting at least a 5 chain.
Thank you.
So the only way I can do that is if I can
Blitz!
get a floor with at least 5 Geo symbols on the map. That's what we're looking for.
There!
Okay, so now
Shall we
one of
go?
the
Let's go.
pain points that you can run into when doing this is sometimes you might just get a drought where you won't get a lot of Geo symbols on the floor.
Let's go!
I need to equip some shoes on you. here's the reason why we need a maid. Because she has Afternoon Tea, which is a nice support skill that will allow a unit to act again when it's used on them.
Let's end this quick.
So not only do I need to find a floor that has at least 5 geo symbols, I need to find a floor that's convenient to set up the geo chain.
Shall we go?
Let's go.
So I need the... Basically what that means is I need a lot of the geo symbols. I need there to be a lot of tiles of the same color present on the floor, and I also need the geo symbols to be close together.
Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
So as you can see, it's pretty easy to max out subclasses.
Thank you.
In this game when you utilize the method of destroying the geo symbols.
The item world's full of surprises.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, so my strategy here for this grind is if I
Let's go.
don't get a floor with geo symbols, I'm just gonna use a diver to re-roll the floor and hope I get a floor with multiple geo symbols like this one.
Thank you.
And then after that, I'm gonna just rinse it, repeat.
Shall we go?
Okay, so far the RNG is
Let's go.
pretty nice to me. Can I get this? Okay, I have 6 geos in here. Okay, I can actually attempt this trophy. So there are a lot of what I need to do is I need to put
Kneel.
all the non-null tiles or non-null symbols on
What's my name?
the yellow tiles.
Set.
Okay, I just need to make sure they're all on the yellow tiles except for the null. Okay, cool. So I just need to do a Geoblast on the purple tile, and that should give me the chain I need to get the trophy. There we go, there's Geomaster. Pretty simple once you find the right setup.
We will.
Wait a minute, I need to roll the floor. That's one trophy out of the way. I don't need to worry about that anymore. There are other item world trophies that I have to worry about, but this is the only one I can work on for this step because I'm in an item that I really don't care about actually leveling. I'm just here to do grinding in it.
As I thought. Shall we go?
Alright. See what we got. Okay, it looks like a
Let's go.
floor. Where are the symbols? Okay, there's red on red and then null on green.
Thank you.
Okay, so at some point I need to find a floor with a geo symbol close enough to the base panel so that I can work on unlocking the Asagi generic
Shall we
class.
go?
So I guess this is where we will go a bit on a tangent about Asagi,
Let's go.
who she is and why does she have her own generic class.
Let's end this quick.
Also, if I go on a floor that ends in 1, I can... Actually, I'm just gonna sell these items now for a trophy, hopefully. Close to it. I got some money, but not enough for 10 billion. I need to get 10 billion money for a trophy. And as you can see, carnage items sell for a lot of money. Meaning I just need to get a few more and I'll have my trophy easy peasy.
Thank you.
I will. Right there. For my master.
Thank you.
Shall we go?
Let's go.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to end in a floor that ends in 1 that much, because the innocent town does waste some time.
Let's go. Let's go.
This is what I was talking about when you can kind of get into a drought with the floor generation.
Let's end this quick.
The enemies are too strong for us to take on, so we have to do the geo symbols for our grinding.
Thank you.
I will. Right there. For my master.
Thank you.
Okay, Mew, how's it going?
The
I am on
world's full of
voice,
surprises.
by the way. If you, whenever you're ready to hop in, you can.
Let's go.
I think I've been able to carry commentate most of this by myself up until this point. Alright, so
Let's go.
at the point where I'm reaching the tougher classes, the subclasses to rank up.
I will. You are my master.
Alright.
Great. Let's go.
So give me a floor, please. Okay.
The item world's full of
That's one I
surprises.
really... Not ideal, but
Let's go.
it's fine. Alright. So the classes I'm working
Let's go.
towards right now, they need 3 geo symbols to be destroyed to rank up fully. However,
Aw.
unfortunately I do need to max out
Let's go.
this specific one that I'm working on, the pirate, because
Thank you.
you may have noticed, but
Right there. For
the
master.
you can easily get the
Thank you.
most of the ranks for a subclass, except for the final one. The final one takes the most time out of anything else.
As I thought.
So what we want to do is we want
The
to
item world's full of surprises.
yeah.
Let's
So
end
what
this
we
quick.
want to do for this step is
I will.
I want to just go on
Here you go.
the go to the floors until we find the symbols. Then
Let's
break
end
them.
This quick.
okay,
Thank you.
that should be fine. I don't think I need to work on this one too much.
Leave it to me, Blake.
So this is just a sage, so I'll just Killia doesn't specifically need the sage. I'll just leave that be for now. Same thing with Dark Knight.
Shall we go?
You don't need to actually master all of the subclasses to unlock the
Let's
classes. But if you master the last star of the
I will.
subclass, you will get what's it
Let's
called?
go.
You will get a unique ability unlocked. So there are some classes where we need the unique abilities.
Thank you.
And the Dark Knight is not one of those subclasses, so I'm just gonna skip maxing that one out.
Yeah, I like the appearance of Dark Knight, but unfortunately, it's go- it's great for some of its common abilities like Purgatory. More critical damage is always good, but it doesn't offer much, like as a unit itself. Also, hi there to Green's viewers.
The item world's full of surprises.
Hey, how's it going? Alright.
So, how's it going with you?
Well, I have
Let's
most
go.
of the subclasses, the human subclasses maxed out. I just need to do Asagi's
Let's go.
subclass, because I just unlocked her. I just unlocked her class, the generic class. I guess this is where we'll go on a tangent about
Let's end this
Asagi
quick.
is. Because I think it does worth mentioning.
Leave it to me, Blake.
The cameo character who, for the longest time, had no game to cameo from. Yeah, so she keeps trying to take the title of main character.
Yeah, do you know what game she's originally from? Or
It's
her first...
Ma-
Shall we go?
It's Makai Wars that took a really long time to be created. Though I think it gets
Let's go.
referenced in some of the Disgaea games. Like I think Disgaea 2, you get an item called Makai Wars for defeating Baal.
Yeah, but her first appearance
Let's
is
go.
actually not Disgaea 2, it's Makai Kingdom.
That would make sense, yeah.
So, what it is she... I've
go.
never actually fought her in Makai Kingdom, but she's a
I will.
post-game fight
Let's go.
in that game, and the cutscene was like she was supposed to be the star of the next game, Makai Wars, and then what happens was Zeta didn't like the idea of her being the next main character because he thought that she was pretty weak. Then you actually start the fight with her, and she is pretty weak. She's like level 50, and this is post game we're talking about, mind you. I don't even think she has any other. I don't think she actually has any other minions with her.
The item world's full of surprises.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, and for someone like Zeta who clearly really values power, yeah, that's gonna be pretty underwhelming.
I'm going.
Right. So he basically subdued her and made her his slave, and I guess that's supposed to be why Makai Wars is in limbo.
Shall we go?
Although I forget how it was in the
Let's go.
in this scene. I just know that this netherworld in this game, the netherworld was
Let's go.
like
Thank you.
generating clone Asagis, and it's like a pandemic of sorts. I think that's how it went.
Yep, and at the end of it, Zeroken worries that he's been cloned, and then you can randomly get a quest that will make you fight a Zeroken version of the map. Though there's not really any reason to do it, from what I remember.
Okay,
Let's
right.
go.
Yeah, I've never done that quest myself. I saw no reason to do most of the random quests. Unless it had like a... what's it called? Unless it had like a fun weapon, or a Carnage fun weapon. Those are the only ones that I really focus on, are the abilities that are Kara World,
Let's go.
mostly Kara World exclusive.
Yeah, stuff like unstable power, because that's really good, but it's kind of hard to get, because you're always trying to do things in one turn. Well, 50% stats for one turn is actually really good.
Yep.
During various grinds, during the run itself, how much talking would you like me to do, and sort of how much would you like me to just give you a chance to talk?
Well, at this point,
Let's go.
you know, I think I've done fine most of the... up until this point. I mean, if you have something to say, you can say it, or I can just ask a question
Let's
you
go.
can answer. That's kind of how I think it'll go.
I suppose if I'm talking too much, just shut me up, basically.
I think it should be fine. Actually, the subclass grind is going a lot faster than than it usually is, because of I guess because I've done this run 3 straight days in a row now, so I have a handle on what
Let's go.
the subclasses I should be focusing on. The estimate I gave was 6 hours, but maybe we might not need to take 3 breaks, because this run may be like a 5-hour run. Of course, I'm not going to put the estimate, but change the estimate to 5 hours, because we still have random item world RNG to worry about.
Let's go.
I mean, considering that it was fairly recently that you got a sub 5-hour run, I don't think you'd want to set the estimate that low just yet. You know,
Yeah,
you need a safety buffer.
of
And
course.
yeah, with this much RNG, I mean, what if Proto Darkness doesn't want to show up? What if Hot Springs don't want to show up?
Yep.
The item world's full of surprises.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Let's go.
Let's see here. I'm going through the monsters right now, so there's not really much left. The monsters are the easy ones.
Let's go.
I mean, at worst,
Let's
the
go.
monsters are tied with things like Ninja for how hard they are to do. None of the monsters are as hard as Sage, Pirate, and Dark Knight.
Aww.
Yep.
The ones that need so much class proficiency, you literally can't do them in one kill.
Let's
Yep.
end this quick.
I've just realized that I don't really need to max out to master the Dark Knight or Sage. It's just the Pirate I really need because of acceleration shot.
I think if you were trying to work out the absolute minimum number of classes to get certain stats high, I think Dark Knight has to be a consideration
Shall we
because
go?
it's got one of the highest attack stats, for the bases. Likewise, Int for the Sage. But I suppose you have to balance that against, well,
Let's
is
go.
it worth doing that instead of 2 easier classes?
I
Let's go.
think it's fine. I didn't master either this yesterday, and it worked out okay.
Thank you.
For this one, you need at least 5 stars and everything anyway for a trophy to unlock all the ranks. But yeah, if you're doing it for a run where you just need it for the stats, then yeah, you'd potentially have to think carefully. Is it worth taking twice as long to get one of the highest attack
The item world's
classes?
full of
Yeah,
surprises.
no. And plus, when I reincarnate Killia, he's
Let's go.
already got like 900-ish base attack in an int, anyways. So that should be a sufficient amount to get to my 10 million stats. And I usually get 10 million stats well before I reach 9999.
Yeah, the various Guy abilities that boost stat growth do help
The
cut
Ice
out
World's
how
full of
many
surprises.
classes you actually need to fully master.
Yeah, for the Sage, what I'm gonna do with her is,
Let's end this quick.
or my future Sage, I'm gonna
Let's go.
just level her up enough that she gets the 2 million int and attack to unlock the intense smart and intense beam guy.
Let's go.
That's the plan. That's about as far as I need the future Sage to be.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can't really easily get the absolute highest ones from the quests because I think those require 20 million in the stats. And yet that's more than your stats are going to without abilities.
Yep, I'm not gonna bother with those. There's a reason
Shall
I
we
don't
go?
take those quests. Alright, so let's see here. Just need.
Let's go.
I'm almost done with the subclasses. I'm just missing the rabbit subclass because I didn't kill one imp. I took the quest as early as I could, but I still don't have the kill requirement.
Thank you.
Also, I need to work on Professor for Usalia. I haven't done that yet. I will at least put her in the Professor subclass. That's what I need to do.
Rabbit's one of the ones where I do wonder if it would be worth just taking the quest really early during the story and just happening to kill that many. I think is it imps for Rabbit?
It's imps.
Just happening to kill those during
Yeah.
the story anyway. The
Yeah.
trouble is that would mean you've got a quest clogging up your
Let's go.
you're taking quests for ages, and there are times when you have to take quite a lot of quests at once, so that might not work for menuing anyway.
You know what?
Plus, it means you have to take an extra trip to the quest shop.
You know what? Maybe I can take the quest when I claim the Magic Knight during the story, or no, not the Magic Knight, the Celestial Host. Because I do fight imps in the stage where I would the stage where I need the Magic Knight anyways. Yeah, I should have considered it a little earlier, but oh well.
Shall we go?
I think that's probably the way to go going forward. Just take the rabbit quest
Let's go.
I will.
when I unlock the Magic Knight or Celestial Host, because that's on episode 12, and during episode 12
Let's end this
I think
quick.
I do fight imps. Yeah, one of the amount of enemies I kill are imps, so that actually works out nicely.
Thank you.
I'm going, Blitz.
An idea I've toyed with, but probably seems unnecessary. You start with a sardine. You need a sardine to unlock Slumber Cat. You could possibly lock the starting sardine, but usually you get a sardine from
Shall we
rewards
go?
from Netherworld Research anyway, and if it really comes to it, you can make a Carnage sardine.
Right.
But this is an idea I've
Send
toyed
this
with a bit.
I have I got lucky this time
Thank you.
and got a sardine in the
Let's go. Leave it
dang
to
it.
me, Blitz.
Stuff.
I
Didn't
will.
matter change to Salia.
Don't ignore my
I got lucky this time and got a like 3 sardines from the Netherworld Research. So I didn't need to do that. But locking the sardine messes up the menuing. That's the only problem I have with doing that. But otherwise, I would
The
do it.
world's full of surprises.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't take that much to make a orange sardine anyways, so
Let's go.
I'm just like, whatever, I'll do that instead. Okay, so let's see here. I think what we can do is the host will probably, if the
Leave it to me,
host
Blake.
sees any questions that might seem interesting, he'll probably ask us and then we could answer.
Master.
Alright. I need to do is, I think I've mastered Professor Salia, so I'm almost done with this class stuff. I didn't
My
get...
apologies in advance that when explaining things I could often be overly verbose.
No, it's fine. I think we will need something like that to get through this part.
The
Alright,
other world's full of
I'm almost done
surprises.
with this subclass grinding. Just need to... Oh, okay, that's
Let's
pretty
go.
convenient.
And yeah, during the subclass grinding and while obtaining one-time bonuses and while trying to level your item, there's probably going to be quite a bit of downtime, so we can spend a bit of time explaining things.
Yeah, I didn't really touch on the story too much either. I think this is about it. I don't really need the Horseman subclass. At this point, what I need to do is I need to get a lot of
Awesome.
mana. Or... Oh right, I needed to put my...
Awesome.
Let's put Killia in here and then put the soon-to-be Sage in Elite 4. I still need to interrogate
This is
my
it.
characters.
You lose.
The prisoners,
You
rather.
lose.
I'm
You
gonna
lose.
find the ones that are really low leveled and then make them citizens. They're all fairly high leveled, so I'm just gonna dump them all into the
Awesome.
Elite 4 squad at this point. Okay, not enough to level it up twice, fortunately, but whatever, it should be fine.
Cheat to your
Okay, so at
heart's
this point I just
content.
need to get a crap load of mana. I'm gonna do that by killing a
Shall
few
we
of
go?
the enemies. I just need an item that's... Okay, I think this should
Let's
work.
go.
Just hope I've got enough power to one-shot these guys.
Thank you.
But yeah, I still need to know the logistics of, how Comfy's going to work, how, what I do when I'm ready or whatever, or if any of that sort of inside information, then, let me know somewhere else.
Oh, okay. There's not really too much you need to know, but
Thank you.
depending on how your availability, will probably swap you in after the
It's my turn.
during a break.
Let's go.
Probably what we'll do.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
there's not much point in me joining in midway through a section, unless it's a section where you really need my commentary because I'm the one who knows what you're doing at that point.
Okay. Yeah, it's mostly just like I said, we'll be splitting up into... We'll be taking a break every 90 minutes. So ideally the best time for you to join in is after the main story part. Give me a second, I need to check which abilities I need. I need to get... check Excitement, Purgatory, and Purgatory for Killia, and then I gotta get a bunch of attack stuff. Alright, I need a lot. King's Dignity is what I needed, and then... Oh, I gotta use quicker. Star Break, Acceleration Shot. I need. No, I don't need to the death. I need. Okay, King's Dignity, Fly Swatter is the last one I need. Oh, and Assault Attack, of course. That's the most important one. Then Twin Heads, Excitement, Purgatory. Usalia also needs Medical Exertion.
Me?
Her role is now going to be the buffing unit instead of the kill everything unit. I think I'll just pass the trophy here, the trophy bill here, because I have a lot of mods to work with, and I'm going to reincarnate this unit anyways.
Let's go. Great.
Yeah, dude. Let's go, go, go.
Yes.
I can still play.
Okay, so that's the trophy bill done. And we get a trophy for getting the trophy bill. So I'm gonna go reincarnate my monster into a sage. Then I gotta equip Race Flag on her. Race Flag, and then I need a staff. Then I probably want shoes on her, just in case. Then I gotta bump up the.
Awesome!
Okay, she's in the Elite Four squad, so I'm gonna bump up the experience again.
She's the best!
Then I need to max any strength. Then
Shall
after
we
that,
go?
I gotta go into this Claire again, toss a few geo symbols.
Looks like I have to go.
Let's go.
Okay. I think I need about 4 to get to where I need to be.
Looks like I have to go.
So you're planning on going for the swag game over, right?
Yes. Ball
Looks like
is the
I have
swag
to go.
game over.
Let's end this quick.
Yeah. One thing I was considering is, briefly mentioning, we're not going to fight Baal in this, but maybe if we're lucky, we'll be able to briefly bear witness to his might or something. I don't know if that's a teaser or too much of a spoiler for what's to come. So
Nah, I don't think we need to mention that. I think somebody will bring up Ball anyways. I think talking about the different categories
I see it.
or why Ball isn't a thing in this run is
because it's not a trophy, and because you'd have to do extra preparation for him.
yeah, that and do you know why he isn't a trophy?
I believe he wasn't in the base game in Japanese. He was added later, and then in other versions he was included by default because it was based on an updated version of the Japanese version.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Looks like I have to go.
Oh god, this floor sucks.
Looks like I have to go.
It's too spread out for me to do anything with it. Okay, this floor looks
like
good.
I have to go. Go. Yes, awesome. I will. Don't do master. Go. Yes, awesome.
I already got the Geo Master trophy, so I got nothing to worry about for the floors. So I'm gonna put.
Awesome.
All right. I gotta put Sage in the Foot Soldier squad now. Oh wait. That didn't give us much. I
Awesome.
thought she would have gotten to. Yeah, I thought she would have gotten to like went to 2 million attack by now, but I guess not. I'll need a couple more symbols then.
Looks like I have to go.
Let's go!
Yeah, I'm gonna do a race
Looks like I have
flag
to go. Looks like I
at
have to
first, but then
Smell you later.
Let's do this!
I'm gonna equip race flag on the sage, but then when I get to the point where I'm doing the item world leveling, I'm gonna do the
You guys, let's super
I'm gonna do it with the what's it called, the
Let's go!
megaphone, because I do need the prisoners. Okay, do I have any accelerators at all, or not really? No, I don't.
Looks like I have to go.
This will work fine though.
Yes, awesome.
Alright, so let's do this. That should give me a good amount of stats. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I just want to level up the sage enough so that I can get my ability, my stat
Looks like
abilities.
I have to go. Go.
Let's go! Let's go! Ah!
Yes, awesome. I will. Don't ignore my master. Go.
Alright, cool.
Yes, awesome.
That should be good enough, I think. Then I should get the quest. Hey worldy, how's it going? Yeah, I do. It's my main speed game. Okay, I'm kind of not there yet, but I'll probably get there when I kill enough stuff. So let's put on the megaphone and this. I think I'm done with the ability slots. So.
Awesome.
And then
Cheating's the best.
that. Actually, I do kind of want EXP. So after that, I'm gonna go do Super Overlord with Killia, get that trophy out of the way. Okay, I'm gonna use the Rift Generator so I can get Rift Generator. Okay, how far did it send me? 15 spaces, excellent. Really good Rift Generator. This is why I want the Rift Generators, so they can be really good for
Let me thank you.
basically skipping all of Super Overlord.
Great. Great.
Just like that, we are done with Super Overlord difficulty. Alright, so now I'm just gonna set up my stuff here. Grand Decimator has to be on top. This is the point where I need to eat my curry now.
Welcome!
Okay. I'm always kind of worried about getting,
The item world's full
about
of
putting my
surprises.
my legendary fist with the curry, but I've locked it, so
Looks like I have to
I
go.
shouldn't really need to worry about too much.
I won't go. Go.
Remember again what the reason was for it being a fist? I know fist is one of the weapons that was potentially workable for this.
Was that good enough?
Because of the legendary weapon mystery room. Because what happens is Void and Majorita are the units that join with like a really high mastery.
It hurts. Go.
Oh, so it's got to be, yeah, of course, it's got to be a weapon type that they have high mastery in. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Looks like
So I have to pick either a fist or maybe a spear works. Actually, Goldion has the high fist mastery. So basically,
Looks like
I gotta pick a weapon where they have a character that joined me have a high mastery. Okay, I gotta skip this floor. Oh right, I should probably put the what's it called? Probably put the enemy strength up. to the highest, so I can get more prisoners at a higher level.
Looks like I have to
I must confess, it had somehow slipped my mind that because of stream delay, what I'm seeing and what I'm actually commenting on don't quite line up.
Well, what's gonna happen is the host is gonna be doing a video stream. Oh, there's a legendary weapon. Nice. So what will happen is the host will be doing a stream on their end. It'll be on the Discord call, so you can view that, and your commentary can be based off of what you see there.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward.
Looks like I have to go.
Basically, just let us know when you are available, because it'll probably be PPJ and I on call for like the initial stuff, and then if you're not available, I mean, you can still join in even before we start, but that's the plan right now. We'll just do the story stuff with me and him.
This is it.
Okay, there's double 9999s. I need to make sure I don't accidentally claim those, send those to the citizens. I guess I should just interrogate them and then dump them to this squad here.
You lose.
It's not a lot of prisoners, but it's something.
Awesome.
So that's quite a bit of levels there.
It's the cheat shop.
Alright, so I'll max my levels, my
Shall
enemy
we go?
strength, and then I'll go back to Burning Karate. Then I'll hopefully deal with
Looks like
prisoners
I
that are
have to go.
acceptable to capture and use toward the foot soldier squad.
Looks like I have to go.
Or not foot soldier, elite corps.
Go.
Oh, this guy is not getting killed.
Fortunately, for various reasons, I basically don't ever know if I'm going to be available for something until I'm available, if that makes sense. Now that I've actually applied as a commentator, do I need to still give some kind of advanced heads up that, yeah, I'm going to be around, or do I just drop in?
Didn't they ping you already in the hotfix server? You can just let them know that. I think they did. I haven't responded to it yet because I'm doing this run, but I think you can probably just let them know. That's what it's gonna be at right now.
Looks like I have to go.
I need to be part of the level spheres more.
Looks like I have to go.
So do I just say something in the spotlight channel then?
Correct. Yeah, I've got like, another one, Zeros or MGB on Discord. He says he would be willing to commentate as well if you aren't available. It should be fine. I mean, I've been able to commentate most of this run, even through the boring stuff.
Here's your prize.
It's just that I think it'll be better off with more people in it, you know, who actually know what this run entails.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah, this is where I say, at this point I would just say, I'm gonna probably talk about the Item World trophies.
Looks like I have to
So right now I'm trying to level this Burning Karate to level 500,
Looks like I have to go.
and that's one trophy, and then I also need to get the rarity to 100, because that'll make it epic item, which is another trophy. I'll get those 2 trophies around the same time. And then there's 2 other random trophies that I need to get, or 3 random trophies I need to get. I already got one of them, which is the legendary weapon. And then the other 2 I need is Proto Dark Death, which is a random mystery room, which is a random event that you can get on any floor, except for the 10th floor. I need to teach all the... I need to teach Comet Disaster to my Sage. I don't know why I forgot that. Yeah, Proto Dark Death is a random event that you can get on any floor here. And the last one is... Oh, there's a level sphere. The last one is the Hot Springs trophy, which is a random mystery room event. So the next time I escape the item, I need to teach Killia the intense mean guy and smart guy abilities, and I also need to teach Comet Disaster to my Sage.
Thankfully for this run, Izuna joins automatically, because something I forgot when I was looking into things, because I'm just used to playing casually, for any of the generic overloads, you need to actually have that generic overlord.
Right.
And the ones that aren't Logan or aren't Izuna because she joins anyway, require you to first get Logan, and then you can start getting the rest of them.
Right.
I wanted, I think it was
Arinder Z.
Arinder Z because, or Arinder Z,
Drum
or however you
Dawn.
pronounce it.
Drum Dawn and Logan. Yeah, Logan.
I wanted Arinder.
What?
Sorry, yeah. My apologies, I interrupted you there. I wanted Arinder when I was looking into things because for a full map-wide heal, but that means you need to unlock Logan and then unlock him. I mean, it's nothing that sacrifice into Comet Disaster can't fix, but yeah, that does take a bit of time. That's something I haven't actually accounted for.
What would you need Arinder Z's overload for in place? Or what applications would it have? Because most of the time we just kill things in one turn.
Yeah, this was me looking into ways of defeating Carnage Ball quickly, and you need some method of easily healing yourself. So either you need more Carnage Elixirs and a whole bunch of maids with licensed caregiver to heal everyone at once, or you need some people in revenge mode with Arinder's Overload to heal everyone.
Okay. Excellent luck. Okay, that's 2 good fortunes in a row. Hey Kenkex, how's it going? Yeah, I'm back again. Because I have to do this. I'm doing this run for GDQ Hotfix tomorrow. So if you have time, you can... 24 hours from now actually is when it starts. So if you got time, you can show up there. That's where we'll be. I think this will be the first completion, 100% trophy type thing in any JDQ event or DQ thing. Well, basically featured on the channel. So it'll be nice to know that there are people out there who not only do trophy runs like this, but do them quickly as well.
But it's 24 hours from now.
Yeah, it is 24 hours from now. I don't know why I did that. I want to use Kill after this.
You need something from me?
Oh shoot. Oh, that sucks. Reverse damage and invincible. Reverse damage. Yeah, it's 24 hours from now, so... I mean, you joined right at this time, so I'm assuming you couldn't make it. Alright. Yeah, but I think... Don't worry too much about chat during hotfix. I would say just let the host take care of that. I mean, you could probably answer some stuff in chat itself if that's what you would prefer, but like, I think I'm gonna leave it to Ralph and the host to take care of any questions that might seem interesting.
I'm not sure like how quickly chat will be going, because from what I've seen, it tends to go quite quickly. I feel like yeah, it's better for someone to actually ask the question, you know, like in the call and and somebody actually answer, because it is so easy to just miss out on a like it in chat. Like,
Well,
you also can't read it if it's going quickly, or I mean I don't know how quickly it'll be going.
it doesn't actually go that quickly in hotfix, even though there will probably be like, I don't know, over 1,000 people on there. Yeah, but it's not really that as quick as you might think, even if it is GDQ.
Fair point.
I think it'll kind of be like, I think it might be the case that you might see some. There will be at least a message every couple minutes, is what I figured. But it's not gonna be like 50 messages in a minute. I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, we got invincible.
Okay, yeah, that's a big difference.
Let's go.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
I'm
suppose mainly leave it to the host, but if I spot a question that I think, actually, yeah, I feel like I want to talk about this, then yeah, I might pick up on it.
okay, sure. So I need to change subclasses to Rabbit, and that should take care of the last quest. Also need to learn Izuna's Overload.
If someone needs to interrupt me, just interrupt me, you know.
The item world's
I
full of
sometimes can
surprises.
talk for too long.
I think it'll be fine. Let's see here. 10 smart and mean guy need to go to Killia. Okay, that's taken care of. I didn't mess
Shall
that
we
up.
go?
I haven't messed it up the past few runs of this, but it is kind of scary to
Possible, dude.
have to potentially not give it to the right character, because that's gonna set me back quite a bit if I miss. Oh shit! I forgot to take care of the prisoner stuff. Let's do that right now.
This is it.
You lose. You lose.
At this point, I should get the subclass master trophy once I kill a few more enemies. Okay, so all these guys are gonna go to Elite 4. I've already maxed out the prisoners, it looks like. So hopefully the levels of prisoners will get higher.
Shall we go?
I think this should be, it'll be fine.
Looks like I have
You have nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
There's Classmaster.
Looks like I have to go.
I flip-flop a lot between how often I swear and how often I don't swear. I can like hold it in most of the time, but usually when I wanna let loose, I guess I swear a bit more. Yeah, I don't need to touch any of these mystery rooms. I just need a hot spring and I need total dark death. So those two events will decide how long this run is gonna take. Because right now I'm ahead of my last run. Oh, by the way, we are also gonna. There's also a plan to have a dude counter and a trophy counter as well, so that's something to look forward to. I obviously, it would be hard to get a dude counter on my stream specifically because I would have to be the one incrementing it, and that really can't come at the cost of going a bit slower. But if somebody else manages to counter, then that's perfect. Yeah, I'll go all out with the Prinnies. It's like in GDQ, I had the consent to make 3 Prinnies, so I'll just make 2 Prinnies instead of the normal 5 warriors that I usually make. I'll just make 3 warriors and 2 Prinnies instead, because you only really need 3 warriors to do what you need to do for the throwing stuff. I should get that fish. There's enemy in the way. I don't want to get enemies. I don't want to lift the fish if there's an enemy in the way. It's just a lot more trouble than it's worth.
My strategy worked. Looks like I have to
I suppose this is where you can give your little spiel on the sage, or why are we using the sage and why shouldn't you use the sage? Or when should you use the sage, rather? Oh shit, that's peaceful. Yep, sure do. Boy. Well, time to bail on this floor then. You know, I haven't really seen the mystery rooms that have a single enemy yet.
So it's a good mention that the people who have played the game will almost certainly have heard of the Sage, because the Sage has somewhat of a reputation for being the most overpowered unit in the game because of Land Decimator. There's this attack that's hitting everything on the map except the Sage, though for really low damage and capped to 50% accuracy. And yeah, so I can also mention that what you're doing here, you can make more elaborate versions of it to work on really strong items. But for the really strong items, you can put the same amount of effort into other methods. For example, one involving our friends Usaya and Killia, who we have seen throughout this run, using some of the same things we've seen throughout this run, Murmur of Rage and Squad Attack. And with all the same amount of effort put in, you can get better and more reliable results. You can't really use them for the speedrun because for working on a really strong item, yeah, you need to put a lot of effort into an elaborate setup no matter what. But for the Usadia thing, you've only got the elaborate setup, you don't have the basic version, whereas you're fighting enemies that are so weak that almost anything kills them, and they can't touch you really. So you can, they're, they're not going to kill you, and you can get away with a much more basic setup of just using twin heads.
Yeah, more or less. And that's why we use land decimator for this part. I definitely do not recommend doing it for a casual file where you actually want to make a strong item, because this item I'm working, if I actually wanted to like work on a strong item, I would pick a carnage item, but obviously since I just want the trophies as soon as possible, I'm picking a weak item that I can kill enough stuff, kill all the enemies in pretty quickly, but still have them be a high level enough that we can enslave them.
Yeah, because casually, if you're going to do all this item old stuff anyway, well, why not do it in like a proper item, an item that you actually want to use long term? But you don't need, you don't really need a strong item for the speedrun, so yeah, just go for something easy.
Right? Yeah, and later on, if you play around long enough, you can get a means to get characters into revenge mode right at the start of their turn. Oh, Prinny Room, we gotta do this one. It also gives you the full training bonus anyways.
No! Dude! No! Dude!
Funny thing is, with all the methods that have been found to replace a lot of what Land Decimator was used for, at least one of them, a Sage, works really well anyway. Capturing Martial Training 4, or the Carnage version. Because you're using a 3x3 capture... Yeah, using a 3x3 capture skill, Sage has Mass Blaster. On top of that, Bears are weak to wind. There's an ability that lets you turn elemental resistances into, well, essentially extra damage with those elements. Sages have high wind resistance, so it turns out Sage can still be good for that even without Land Decimator.
Let's go.
Yeah,
And, just in terms of support units, it has multi-attacker. You can make an ally attack an extra time. Sages are good for reasons other than Land Decimator.
right. I definitely don't think you should bring that up though, because we're not gonna visit that stage. Not during hotfix anyways.
Oh yeah, I don't think I need to go into that anyway.
Right. Yeah, we're not gonna visit
Yeah.
MT4.
I more want to mention that I more want to mention that, you know, one of the alternatives, like, I'm not going to say what the alternative is, but briefly mention that one of the alternatives involves our friends Rosalia and Killia, because, you know, we've seen them throughout the run, we've seen what they can do.
Right.
We've seen what happens when you get on the wrong side of a berserk bunny.
Yep. I think I need to refresh my curry, because I think I might have run out. Okay, yeah, I definitely refresh it.
Yeah, Sage has the reputation for most overpowered unit in the game, but honestly, I think best unit in the game is either Christo or Rosalia. Christo for being the best support unit in the game, whose biggest weakness is that he can't be next to himself, and well, we've seen what Rosalia does.
Yep.
Rosalia destroys things.
Yeah, more or less. Okay, so I have to go refresh my curry after this. What level is the item now? Okay, halfway there. Hope I get Dark Death and I hope I get Dark Death and the Hot Springs sooner than later.
You lose. You lose. You lose.
Awesome!
I'm just gonna bring it up to at least level 8. I don't really need to go any further than this. Oh, the mashing part for this. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh my curry.
Welcome.
This is the reason I got out of this trip. Oh, I just put the legendary weapon into the curry. Oh well, doesn't really matter. As long as the burning karate is still the item I'm working with, it's fine.
Ninja!
So I have about, I don't know, 20 more minutes left in this. I did get the epic item trophy fairly early last time. Oh yeah, I mean, not the mashing isn't as much as in Prinny, that's for sure, but you still need to mash a bit for the prisoner stuff.
Let's end this quick! Great.
Don't try buying all the common abilities after unlocking all the subclasses, so after mastering all the subclasses. There is so much mashing and it takes so long to buy hundreds of common abilities.
Yeah, I definitely would not do that. I only get the abilities that I need. Oh, okay. Zombie room. Not the hot springs, but it is a training bonus room that I can easily do in one turn. I think as far as pace goes, I'm still good to go. I'm still ahead technically. Usually the 500 item levels is the last thing I get, assuming the random number generator for the mystery rooms and Color Dark that cooperates with me. Yeah, it's kind of mean what they did with Prinny 1 and the final boss. That boss is just... I really wasn't a fan of the design of that boss. I mean, yeah, once you know the trick, it's easy, but you still need to mash a lot.
Here's your prize.
And there's not really anything that the game does to make that any easier. Even the Switch port didn't add any new features to make the mashing part any easier, which is unfortunate. That's kind of that was one of the things I was calling for in the ports, but they didn't add them in. Yeah, what I would have liked to see was like a baby mode kind of thing, like in Prinny 2, but oh shit. Oh, I missed a red level sphere, dang it. Yeah, I wish there was a kind of a baby mode in Prinny 1 where you had the turbo mashing, like hold the button to turbo mash kind of deal. For whatever reason, they decided just keeping most of the game as is fine.
Looks like I have to go. It hurts.
Prinny room again.
Yeah! Dude, yahoo, dude!
Just as I expected. Cheering gives me power. Go! Sit!
Looks like I have to go.
No! Dude! No! Dude!
Oh, that's right. It also maxes out the bonus gauge when you do this room. So yes, it is a good room to do, even if even without the whole Prinny memes. I have about 200 item levels left. Getting to that danger zone here.
One of the rooms I might want to comment on if it shows up, you know, in that room you just saw disappear, would be the bank mystery room. The even demons shouldn't try to rob banks.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I suppose making sense of that would require too much explanation, but I could just leave it a bit cryptic, you know, just the sort of hint that there is something dangerous there.
I don't know. We're not gonna see the room, so there's no need to expand on it too much. Or we may see the room, but I'm not gonna check it out.
Yeah, I'd have to just say, you know,
Let's go.
the room we just skipped with the pink floor or something. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I suppose,
Prolo
you know,
Dark
it's not
Death.
really worth it.
Wait, did I kill Prolo Dark Death? No, it was just in the other world. Never mind. Yeah, that when I played it like last week, Prinny 1, the last Asagi letter 2 took me like 30 minutes to get. The torn tickets in Prinny 2 are not as bad to get as the one in Prinny 1 though. So that's good, I guess. Although the Marshall dungeons are a lot harder. Okay. I'm a third away. Or my item is around level 330 right now. We're about a third of the way to go. Yeah, I've got about a third this item levels left. Hope I can get it soon.
Thought has dawned on me. How strong is your Ithalia compared to the strength of the enemies in this?
Not very strong. She hasn't really leveled up very much.
I was wondering if she'd be able to clear. You know, there's a mystery room with a bunch of cats in a square with a gear symbol in the middle. So what if that's one of the ones you could do in a single attack? Then again, you have to menu down to Isalia when you've got the Sage at the top, so that might not be worth the time it takes anyway.
Oh, the reason I don't do that room is mostly because of the fact that I may hit the gatekeeper thing, the cat between the gatekeeper. The one that's usually by the base panel, I meant to say. So, I guess
no, you don't want to land decimate of any of the rooms.
well, the Prinny room is fine to do because it's the Prinny room. You get revenge mode pretty much instantly from that.
There are enough explosions that even if you miss Mill, the explosions will kill Mill anyway. But yeah, I was thinking the Isaac Hell themed room that's got the 8 cats in a square with the gear symbol in the middle.
I know what you're talking
Another thing
about.
dawns on me on that one. It would be slow because you trigger a null geo symbol, so you'd have the gear explosion, and that would waste time as well.
Well, the other thing is there are not that many enemies to begin with, so I don't know. I would have to think about it, but maybe I can try that room out the next time I see it and see how the I gotta see how the levels turn out there.
Honestly, it would really good to be for the training bonus, like the same reason you do the zombie one, because it's something you could do in a single attack.
Right.
Assuming someone like Isalia has can kill it, because she's got a 3x3.
Let's go.
Right.
The gear explosion alone would mean it takes longer than something like the zombie room or the fortune teller room.
Right. Well, how big are the geotiles, anyways?
Let's go.
It shouldn't take that long if the tiles are not that, there aren't that many tiles.
I think it's just a 3x3 square of red tiles with a null in the middle.
Okay, so it doesn't take that long to get it. I can try it out just to see. The main thing I want is the bonus thing, the item level plus whatever. I'm getting kind of worried now because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the Total Dark Death or Hot Springs, and I'm already about. I think I have 100 levels left to go before I'm done.
Let's go. Let's end this.
Maybe Osalia could kill them. I guess the only issue is, well, I would have to equip some shoes on her to make it work. I guess that's the only thing for the slumber cats.
Let's go.
We'll see how this turns out on Hot Fix tomorrow. I definitely don't want the run to stagnate like it. Rainy room again.
Can't come through.
Oh, okay.
No, dude.
Looks like I have to go. It hurts. Looks like I have to
Change your prize.
Nice, but damn, it's not the item. It's not what I'm looking for right now.
Let's end this quick. Let's go.
Oh god. The item is leveling up pretty well, but I still need the random events to show up.
Looks like I have to go.
I think I have about 80 more levels left to go for this item to be 500. All I'm seeing are netherworlds and other random nonsense. Oh, this is one of those situations where Land Estimator sucks.
Looks like I have to go. It hurts. It hurts.
Oh, I have a.
Let's go.
That's probably an invincible tile. Oh, you know what? Might be where I want to get divers, because I'll probably just use divers to.
Looks like I have to go.
I'm kind of at the point where I need to come up with a backup plan, because there might be a good chance that I may not see the random events I'm looking for. So I need a backup plan, so I need to create a lot of divers this time. Yep, the item is almost done.
This is it.
You lose. You lose.
If you do have to make divers, I think diver 5 on its own is about 36% a turn.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna do
one every
diver
3
5.
turns.
I'm gonna do diver 5.
Awesome.
Okay, so I don't need to level this up anymore.
See ya.
Shall we go?
Alright, I can turn down the enemy difficulty now, because at this point I don't need prisoners.
Cheating's the best. world's full of surprises. Looks like I have to go.
I suppose if we want to toss some questions around, you know, how did you get into this? What's your favourite unit? Anything like that. I suppose during item seconds is probably as good a time as any, because that's when we've got downtime.
Yeah. Yeah, I did throw that suggestion around.
Looks like I have to go.
For me, I think my favourite generics would be Sage and Ninetales, and favourite unique. So there's got to be Salia.
Yeah, I don't really have like a favorite generic, like as far as utility goes. Well,
Looks like I have
actually,
to
as
go.
far as utility goes, I like the maid a lot. Yeah, maid is.
Maid is a really good class. It is so highly underrated.
Here's your prize.
Maid is the one generic that I in the clean up carnage stages.
Looks like I have to go. I failed. I failed.
Oh, I keep seeing these bloody netherworlds, but no dark death or hot springs. This is fortunate. Another bloody netherworld. Ugh. Stop giving me netherworlds already. Yeah, at this point I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to get the events I need before this item hits 500. Sucks that this run was actually on a good pace until I ran into this bad RNG. But yeah, the backup is gonna be to collect divers en masse and then just spam the crap out of them. I'm gonna do that after I do the one-time bonuses though, because I need to get those fillers out of the way as possible. Another bloody netherworld. Can you get out of my face already? See, it's also some... If I run into this situation, I'm gonna need somebody to keep me sane during all this.
Yeah, let's really hope that it doesn't get this bad, but well, RNG is RNG, I guess.
Yeah, it's not one, but two random events that I'm missing right now. Usually I only have to worry about the one random event, but two is... Yeah, at this point I'm done with the item, level-wise. Okay, I'm gonna need to take a detour. I still haven't gotten this item to Epic, it looks like. I will probably need to go do a few more floors.
The item world's full of surprises.
Okay, so what I can do is I can just spam the divers until I reach...
Looks like I have to go.
I'll just spam the divers until either Proto Dark Death shows up or the... what's it called? The mystery room shows up.
Looks like I have to go.
Was that 98 rarity there?
Yeah, it's 98 rarity. I'm not worried about it because I can just kill Proto Dark Death and get the level, the rarity I'm missing.
Well, I was about to say, because Proto's worth 3.
Yeah, that's why I stopped leveling the doing the land decimator spam. Because I'm just gonna get my last one from Proto and which hopefully I will show up sooner than later.
Looks like I have to go.
I wonder if you can even get Proto by spamming divers like this. Can you?
As far as I'm aware, you can. I think the only restriction you can run into is there are certain events that can't spawn the moment you enter. Like, the floor you enter on, there's never a mystery room directly after it, for example. So I think Proto appearing is one of those as well. But divers should be fine.
Okay. Well, we'll find out.
Looks like
Alright, I need to return to Pocket Netherworld for this.
the item world's full of surprises.
I'm kinda... oh, fuck. This should be okay. Maybe... no, never mind. I need to be in that item.
Shall we go?
Yeah, unfortunately this had to happen. It was a pretty good run up until this point. I can still save some time actually, but I need to
Looks like I have to go.
get the good RNG. I'm tempted to just do the one-time bonuses right now. Get more divers to
Looks like
spam.
I have to go.
If this batch doesn't fail, that's what I'll do. God, so many lost armies. But yeah, this is... if I run into a situation like this during hotfix, I will need
Looks like
somebody on call to keep me sane throughout all this, because it is internally very aggravating to have gone this far and not have the RNG cooperate. Not for one event, but 2 events.
Looks like I have to go. Looks
That's the
like I
part
have
that
to go.
hurts even more. Okay, so I see the egg
Looks like I have
dropping
to go.
stuff, so that means there is a chance for Proto to show up. Another bloody netherworld. And this is why the estimate is kinda high.
I find it funny that Proto and Miss Evil share a theme. Proto is actually really strong compared to everything around him, and Miss Evil is basically a free kill.
Okay, I'm just gonna go do the one-time bonuses right now.
Looks like I have to go.
Take care of that. And then this is where we'll talk about the one-time bonuses. What are they? Why do we want them? One-time bonuses are to get that. They're in the story stages, and you just need to max out the bonus gauge
Looks like I have to go. It hurts.
to get the top item, and which is the one-time bonus. And we need to get 50 of those for a trophy.
I will.
Hitting multiple enemies at once seems to fill the gauge faster, and I think overkilling them by more also fills it faster.
Yeah, sounds about right. I probably shouldn't have gone to this stage, because it's not one of the stages with a lot of enemies. Yeah, the plan is to just go to a stage with a lot of enemies. So I just need to look at the defeated count, and that'll tell me
Looks like
whether I need to go into this stage or not. Because if the number is of enemies in the stage is less than, I think, 11 or 12, then I will have problems maxing out the bonus gauge in one of the land decimator casts. Also, this is the point where I can get a lot of prisoners for the
Looks like I have
Netherworld Citizens trophy.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah, definitely need to use
Let's go.
filler.
Looks like I have to go. It hurts. I see it.
At some point, there will be a trophy that
Looks like I have to go.
says Class Master has been unlocked. Dang it.
You. Let's go. Damn you.
Alright.
See it.
A lot of those that have been obtained.
Looks like I have to go.
Damn you.
Go.
Damn you.
I see it. Looks like I have to go. I see it.
Yeah, we nuked a lot of the stages with the overload of Usalia
I see it.
here. Even though there's 11 or so enemies in here, as you can see, a lot of them don't have the
It hurts.
one-time bonus obtained, meaning... So yeah, Land Estimator is the best way to get the one-time bonuses for the stages. Oh right, I don't want to go in this stage. I keep forgetting that.
Where would you like to go, dude?
Okay, let's see. This Fortress Skull, Brave Resistance.
Looks like I have to go.
Without an elaborate setup or revenge booster weapons, it's really your only option for hitting everything anyway, because you've got the sacrifice strategy, but it would take longer to get sacrifices killed than to just cast Land Estimator a bunch of times.
Right.
I see it.
So this should give me enough prisoners to get the...
Looks like I have to go.
I don't like this. I'm gonna use the filler before I overload. I can use the overload to finish them off if I want, but I need to make sure that the gauge will go to 9 by the time before I do it.
I see it.
Because using the overload by itself is not gonna fill out the bonus gauge completely.
Looks like I have to go. Forward dark! I see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to interchange the splits for the one-time bonuses and the item world trophies, looks like.
I see it.
Might be another one I'll need to
I will.
2 fillers on. Maybe I just needed 1. I forgot to want those this magic change.
I see it.
Probably gonna use a
Let's end this quick.
filler here. I have a lot of filler EXs somehow.
You.
Go. It hurts. I see it. Looks like I have to go. I see it.
Close to the halfway point for this.
Looks like I have to go. I see it.
23 enemies and not even the gauge isn't even full for that one. And this is the stage where I actually it's mostly because I squad attack the units, most of them to death. That's why I didn't have the gauge maxed out. So I need to keep an eye out for
Looks like I have to
the
go.
Class Master trophy.
Go. I see it.
I should get the trophy when I'm around the
Looks like I have to go.
the Dragon Fang Netherworld, which is the 6th Netherworld. Yeah, thankfully,
Looks like I have to go.
even if I get bad luck like this, I will still likely finish underestimate unless the item world really trolls me.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room for count for bad RNG, I think. I should not have any issues finishing underestimate.
Looks like I have to go.
You.
Go, go.
You.
I see it.
Definitely don't want to go to DT field.
Looks like I have to go. Go. I see it.
I'll skip that one for now.
Looks like I have to go.
Okay, I need to
Let's go.
do
Let's
a
go.
filler for that.
Looks like I have to go. I see it. Looks like I have to go.
Dang it! Ah,
I see it.
All right. If it says 10, I'm gonna just outright use a filler.
Let's go.
There's no negotiating.
Looks like I have to go. I see it. Looks like I have to go. 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 I see it.
The appearance of this netherworld tends to bug me a lot, not because of anything wrong with the netherworld, but just because it reminds me of
Looks like I have
one of the worst boss flaws when you're doing item worlding, because it's one of the ones where the boss is really far away, so it's actually hard to kill in one turn.
Which one?
Looks like I have to
It's the
go.
one that's based off one of the maps you fight Bloodis on.
Oh, you mean wait, which one was it? The Dark Testament.
I think it.
Looks like I have to go.
Not so much remembering. I think he does show up on one of the Sandcano ones.
Oh yeah, yeah, he does.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah.
He does.
So, anytime I see the Sankano maps, I get reminded that one of those gets reused as an item world boss map, and yeah, it's one of the worst ones just because of how far away the boss is. The worst being the Demon Shroom one because of how it spirals.
Right.
Looks like
Well,
have
I
to
think
go.
they all use the last floor, the last stage as the item boss map, don't they?
Yeah, I think that is the pattern. It's just some of them make for more annoying maps than others.
Go. Go.
Yeah,
I see it.
I don't know. Is there one of the netherworlds that don't show up as an item world
Let's
floor?
go.
Looks like I have to
Does where do the Dragon Fang ones show up as an item world boss floor?
go.
Hmm.
I see it.
Well, Dragon Fang has a much different layout than the rooftop ones.
I have to go. 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 Go.
There it is, bonus master. Okay, I'm gonna sell a bunch of the fillers so I can make more room for my stuff. I definitely don't need a filler 0.5.
Shall we go?
Alright, I'm gonna spam my weight. Hopefully Proto Dark Death or
Looks like I have to go. Looks like I have to go.
damn, this is kind of inconvenient now.
Here I go.
Looks like I have to go.
I suppose I can do this and make it less tedious, the menu. Ah, Proto Dark Death has shown up.
Let's go.
That's one
Looks like I have to
down.
go. It hurts.
Long last.
We're not done yet though, I still need the... I still need to get... what's it called? The hot springs. Stop using your skills, buddy. I need to kill you.
Let's go.
It's really funny that one of the versions of the hot springs just looks like they're trying to cook a soup or something.
Alright, got one of
Shall we
the
go?
trophies. The item is now epic. I just need to go find the hot springs and
Looks like I have to go.
I'll be done with this. I can oddly enough still save some time.
Looks like I have to go.
Yeah, this is gonna be the backup. I'll just grab a bunch of divers and then
Looks like
spam my way to hopefully the hot spring mystery room.
Looks like I have to go.
And I'm on the mystery room route too.
Looks like I have to go.
That's what makes it even worse.
Looks like I have to go. Looks like I have to go. Looks like I have to go. Looks like I have to go.
You know, after all this, I think this run can still be under 5 hours. But it may not be a PB, which is what I kind of was hoping for.
Looks like
If I don't get a PB tonight, I'll just run it back next weekend and pray that the item world cooperates. It just sucks to do everything well and then when you get to the item world it just decides to troll you. It's definitely not the hot spring because the hot spring usually doesn't have that long of a delay before it shows up. Hot springs! There we go, finally hot springs.
Yeah, you mentioned delay. I sometimes recognize the dupe mystery room by the delay it has beforehand.
Okay, I finally got the hot spring trophy. So that takes care of all the item world stuff. Thank goodness. Now I need to set up Killia. Let's see here. We need Intense Smart. I don't need Workshop Intern anymore, but I do need Intense Mean Guy on him. I'm gonna bump up the enemy strength again. Reincarnate, Genius. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of. The attack is under 900. Might be a problem, but. Oh, right, I need to put him in before I do this. And I gave him the race flag too. I think that's something I would need to be reminded on the race flag and the Elite 4 if I don't get around to doing it. Okay, at this point I don't need my Sage. Everything is gonna go to Killia. I've been thinking about putting these guys in a dispatch instead of doing this, but maybe it might not make that much of a difference. Okay, I just need to level up Killia.
Let's end this quick. Let me thank you.
I will.
Oh, I have a lot of divers too, so I can just spam my way to the bottom.
Let's go. Let's go.
I think I need to put.
Let's go.
He's not gonna survive this, so. Yeah, I didn't think he would.
I will.
Alright, that's fine. He got some levels, that's all I care about.
Shall we go?
Okay, getting some good RNG here with the Geo symbols.
Let me thank you.
So we're gonna go here and this and then that.
Let's go.
That.
Let me thank you.
Oh wait, I should have used
Shall we go?
what's it called? I should have used a diver to skip the next floor rather than doing what I just did.
Let's end this quick.
This should be the last trip I need for the item world stuff.
Let's end this quick. Great. Thank you.
Let's go! Right there! For my master!
Let's go. Thank you.
Alright, my maid died, so I have to back out.
The item world's full of surprises.
Let's go. Let's go.
Accidentally killing your weaker units is always a risk with any geocanes.
Oh, definitely, but
Thank you.
as long as I get a level, or
Right there, master!
as long as I complete the task I set out to do, it's all good.
Let's go.
Probably don't want to here. Yeah, that's probably the worst, one of the worst floors to go, the Inner Dark Demise floor.
Let's go.
Maybe I shouldn't have gone down this floor. Yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
kind of bad right now. I'm not getting any floors with geo symbols.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, there's some progress.
Let's end this quick. Let me
5,000. Yeah, go ahead.
And of course, casually, if you need geosymbols for mastering subclasses, there are things you can do with special content units to make things work better, but wouldn't work in the speedrun because you'd have to recruit Ross Barrel, which would mean between doing her DLC stages. You have to spread the trash pickup common ability. You'd also have to deal with Pretty Instructor because
Let's go.
the entire point of it would be you'd be able to destroy item symbols, but they're half a level of the geo symbols, so you have to use Pretty Instructor to get more class proficiency. Like, works out really nicely casually because if you just want to leave your options
Let's go.
open to raise whoever you want whenever you want, then yeah, you spend a bit more time now to make it so that you can raise units more easily later. But the speedrun, you know who you need to raise. You're not raising that many units. It's not like you want to unlock the DLC characters anyway, because casually you might just want to unlock all the characters anyway. So there's no time cost to unlocking her. And also, this is a no DLC speedrun anyway.
Yeah, I should mention the only reason I'm sticking to no DLC is because I do want to do a run eventually where I platinum the different regions on PS4. So that's why I've been strictly sticking to no DLC.
Let's go.
Even though there could be some DLC stuff that may make this particular run faster.
I will. Let's go.
I just need a Hong Kong version of the game to get all the different versions. So I still gotta wait for that before the run will finally happen.
A lot of the stuff for DLC speeding things up, even if you did a DLC speedrun, you might not want to do it anyway because a lot of it is spend more time now, prepare things more now, so that you can do it quickly, repeatedly later. You want to raise a new character, you can do it as many times as you want, whenever you want. But there's lots of if you're doing one batch of characters ever, it wouldn't be worth the time it would take to unlock them. Like the Metalia method of farming extracts.
Ready?
It's really fast compared to
Also,
Martial Training 4. I think you
holy
don't need
shit.
extracts anyway for this, but because you just need the
Let's go.
subclass stats. But if you needed extracts in a speedrun,
Let's
you'd go for Martial Training 4 because doing it exactly once is like doing one round. It's faster not to have to do all the DLC stuff, just because it takes so much less preparation. The DLC stuff comes in if you want to do it repeatedly for more units whenever you feel like.
How can I get this? I just got the Geomaster trophy requirements randomly in that last item floor that I was in. I didn't have to do anything special. I just destroyed a geo symbol and that was it. 6 chain, clear all panels.
Oh, we take those.
Well, it doesn't
Let's end this
even make a
quick.
difference anyways because I got trophy already.
Let's go.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I actively look for when I'm mastering subclasses.
Let's go.
Actually, what's Killia's level? He should be... I kind of want him around 8 million in before I commit to doing the Carnage stages. Okay,
Let's go.
he's already at a high enough level.
Let's go. Great. Huh. Let me thank you.
I will. Ha!
Oh wait,
Here you go.
it's not what I want to do.
Don't do master.
Let's go. Let me thank you. Here I go.
Alright.
Let's go.
I think I'm just wasting time at this point. I need to move on. Okay, this floor has geo symbols, so I'm just gonna go for it anyways.
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright,
Let's go.
cool.
Let me thank you.
I would say don't mention too much about the post-game grind or DLC stuff. I mean, we can mention it briefly, but don't elaborate too much on it.
Oh yeah, I don't intend to go into that sort of
Okay.
detail.
Alright, it's fine. I think I'm good. Need to get my abilities set up. Well, no I don't. I just need to go do the stage
Choose a destination.
and turn off the difficulty, because otherwise I can't kill them.
It's the cheat
Alright.
shop.
That.
Choose a destination.
Okay, now starts the long Carnage quest line.
Smell you later. Smell you later.
I'll never let anyone feel Let's pain. You okay?
I should probably just get the Netherworld Citizens Trophy.
As I thought.
I'm gonna do that right now. Get that out of the way.
This is it.
I have maxed out my prisoners, so that means I should get the trophy once I clear out most of this batch. Then once the trophy pops, I'm gonna move on to the next set of Carnage stages. Okay, there we go.
Choose a destination.
Yeah, this is the last. I guess this is where I need to start explaining things again. So this is the last major obstacle for the platinum.
Smell you
So
later.
we're doing right now what's called the Carnage quest line. Oh wait. Oh, that's gonna be a bit of time loss there. So we're doing what's called the Carnage quest line. What it is each of the netherworlds that we were in for the story, they have their own special Carnage stage.
Choose a destination.
So what I'm doing now is accepting the quest that unlocks the Carnage stage of the netherworld, and then I will just clear the stage.
Is that all?
And I have to do
Is
this
that
for all
all?
16 netherworlds up until the 16th one, and then the 16th one has a special boss that I need to defeat that will give me a trophy.
Leave it to me, Blake.
It also essentially serves to wrap up the post-game section of the storyline.
Right. The post-game this point in the game, it doesn't really have that much of a story, but there is some story content, albeit very little,
Choose a
in the
destination.
Carnage quest line. But we're not gonna see any story segments until we finally reach the boss
Is that all?
of the Carnage area.
Guys, let's super go. Let's go. Green one has lost.
Me too! Now we're even harder!
Okay.
I hope I'm not taking too long. It looks like I can still save some time on this run, even though I had poor RNG
Choose a
item
destination.
world. I wonder how much time I lost with that. It looks like it's definitely going to be another under 5-hour run though.
What's my name?
I'll get super reckless. Let's go.
So the strategy here is pretty simple. We're just gonna blow up. We're gonna. I guess we need to talk about the strategy. We just blow up everything with Comet Disaster
Okay.
up until a certain point where the enemy stats are much higher than ours.
Choose a destination.
But yeah, as of right now, the enemy stats are pretty low, so we can just nuke them all with a single Comet Disaster.
Leave it to me, Blitz! Leave it to me, Blitz!
So I'm moving Killia before I blow everything up with the Comet Disaster because of the assault attack ability that increases the damage that the Comet Disaster will do if Killia moves several panels. It caps at 200%. So
Choose a destination.
you get 10% extra damage for every panel that you move, basically.
What's my name?
Until the boss itself, you're basically using the same tools you've been using throughout the speedrun. You're just finding ways to increase the damage.
Right.
Let's go, Blitz!
Ooh, I saw 50% there, but I apparently got 50% accuracy, that is.
Choose a destination.
Okay, we have Dark Testament, I believe. Oh, come on. Dark Testament. We're halfway through the Carnage stages, I think. A fairly good pace.
Let's go. Sit. I'll get super reckless. Let's end this quick.
Me too! Now we're even harder!
Yeah, just like that, they're all dead. So this is gonna work up until a certain point. I think we're kind of reaching that point where it's not gonna work as effectively.
Choose a destination.
Actually, I could probably out. Okay, he's still leveling.
Choose a destination.
Scorching Flame. Total Bunny is where things start to get a little more difficult to kill in one.
Is that all?
Sit. I'll never let anyone feel pain. Let's
Yeah,
end
this is the
quick.
point where things start to get difficult to kill with just one Comet Disaster.
I win.
Going, Blitz!
Need to check if I have any Carnage shoes. There's a slippers. Okay, use that.
Harry Power! Let's go! Ha! Right there!
Let's go. go! Ha, ha, ha. Ha.
Well, I guess I gotta go kill them with squad attack then,
My true power.
or help our shot works too.
Thank you. You okay?
As I thought. As I thought.
Choose a destination.
Okay, Carnage stage. This one is a little easier than the previous Carnage stage.
Smell you later.
Sit! You guys, let's go!
Leave it to me, Blitz.
Sit!
One has lost.
I will.
I do need better shoes for this maid. I wonder if I have more accelerators. Nope, no accelerators. It's a bummer.
Right there, Master.
Ha! Ta! Ha! Ta! You okay?
As I thought.
Alright, I can just get curry, don't I? Okay. Let me see. Okay, he's already at 10 million, so that's it. I can just... I also need to kill the Carnage Quinny, that's right. I need that extra ability slot that he gives. Good thing I remembered.
Sit! Sit! Don't get super reckless! Let's go!
After being forced to just explode him earlier, it is nice to be able to get revenge on him.
Yeah,
You okay?
it's nice, but it doesn't really last for very long. So now I'm gonna equip my stuff here. Acceleration shot. And then I need Shaking Excitement, Purgatory, Star Break, and Power Axe is the one I was missing.
Me?
Also might need Magic Bundle. Axe Magic Bundle. Then I need to equip a axe. I should get to level 9999 after this quest is done, or this
Choose a
stage.
destination.
So this stage is actually one of the point where things start to get kind of dangerous. What I need to do is I need to throw these prinnies, because the prinnies are actually the most dangerous thing on this map because they have a ton of HP, a lot more than you do. So if somebody tosses a prinny at any of your units, they are 100% dead, at least with the stats that we have right now.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
Oh wait, shit, I wanted magic boost.
I'll do my best, Blitz. I'm just going to stay in the back for a little bit.
Ha! Let's go! Ta!
I think this will work. Okay, works.
Let's go!
That's also actually kind of an interesting unit. because you know in the past games the AI didn't know how to throw. Well, here's the AI with throwing-based units.
Yeah, I think that's something that should have been brought up, like back in the beginning where the wrestlers are introduced. I think we'll talk about that for sure.
Yeah,
Choose a
I'm gonna bring it up now because I wasn't around for a lot of this one.
Okay, that's fair.
Awesome.
I can put Killia back in the foot soldier squad where he should be. Now we can really wreck some enemies.
Choose a destination.
Let's see, Fortress de Gaulle. I'm actually ahead of my previous pace. I guess if I want to get a better run, I just need to get the good item world RNG.
Leave it to me, Blitz. Harder.
Everyone has lost.
I will. Right there, Master.
Then I'll just kill these armor knights with a squad attack and then we'll be done here. Pretty simple.
You okay?
Ninja Tabi, I could use that on Killia. And then I can give the accelerator to my maid, who really needs the extra movement.
Choose a destination.
Okay, so Flowerful. Flowerful is actually pretty easy compared to the previous two stages. There's not a lot of enemies that resist the overload, so it's just gonna wipe out everything.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
Okay, I'm just gonna do the thing here. If I don't explain what I'm doing with the maid and the afternoon tea, feel free to elaborate.
Now, what should I do?
Like if I somehow don't bring it up.
You okay?
But all I'm doing is using the afternoon tea to make Killia move again, and then that'll charge up the assault attack damage to full, and then I can one-shot everything.
Choose a destination.
Alright, Flowerful's already done. So Gorgeous is next. Gorgeous is the one where I need to rely on counterattacks.
Smell you later. What's my name?
I'll never let anyone feel pain.
Okay, I need 2 counterattack. I need all 3 enemies to counterattack my units, because I do need
What's my name?
to use all of my units, and I don't have any spares.
Let's go.
I could pass a build to make the amount of units that I deploy higher, but
Let's go.
I think I'm just gonna take a chance on this. Dang it, not enough counterattacks.
What's my name?
It's also quite an expensive build.
Oh my
It's
God.
one of the cases at this stage in the game where mana does still matter to be able to afford it.
Right, I have a lot of mana on my Sage, so I could actually pass it, but I prefer not to.
Let's go.
Dang it. Ah, it sucks. These guys have like 3 counterattacks too. That's what's so annoying about this.
What's my name?
I'll never let anyone feel pain.
Finally, we got all of them. Thank goodness.
If you just left them to be killed, I assume that Killia himself would be killed as well, because these enemies are that strong.
Is that all?
And there's
Yeah.
no safe spot, they're all around you.
Right. Yeah, and I could survive it with Curry, but I don't have a Curry with the Carnage flares made
Now,
currently.
what should I do?
I'm just doing what I have here. So use the Comet Disaster to wipe out everything except the Twin Dragons, and then we kill the quick Twin Dragons with Squad Attack. It's just getting the initial wave of the initial 3 counterattacks is a pain. Yeah, I think if I had deployed past the build to deploy one more unit, I would have probably had it. Oh right, I need to pass the bill for the 20 dispatches this time. This is the one where I actually do this bill.
For those last few stages, you really did need Christo out there as well, because otherwise your accuracy would be
Choose a
horrendous,
destination.
because their stats are just so high compared to yours.
Right. I need to check at the point in which the Carnage enemy's stats starts to
Smell you later.
become much higher than yours.
All men
I don't-
are my servants.
I think it's about
Leave it to me,
Total
Grit.
Bunny Castle, maybe? Maybe I should make a professor for this.
You're going to stay alive for doing
Lost.
Oh, it should be fine.
What's my name?
I will. Right there, Master.
I'm not an angel.
Here I go.
I definitely need. Well. Okay, I definitely need Rosalia for this. Shit.
Sit. Smell you later.
I'll never let anyone
The sages are the ones that I don't want to have alive ever.
Let's go.
I think what I should have done is made another professor.
Everyone has lost.
I'm going to stay in the back for a little bit.
Here I go.
Tja, tja. I will.
Yeah, I gotta put them down before I overload them.
I'm not an angel.
Okay, that's much better. And it doesn't matter if these guys are alive, I can just squad attack them. Okay, Killia survived, thank goodness. Okay, good.
You okay?
Then now I need to do an ability swap because we are about to fight the Carnage, the main boss of this quest.
The hardest boss in this run, and actually one of the harder ones in this game, even if not the hardest.
Alright. And then,
Choose
oh,
a
I need to pass the
destination.
bill as well, because I'm gonna need all my units for this. 20 units. Yeah, my Sage has more than enough mana to pass this bill. Give it a fair shake.
Come on.
Then I can just land Decimator them.
Failed. I see it. I see it.
Alright, do you want to explain how this setup
Choose a
works?
destination.
Yeah, but how much detail do you want me to go into? Because I mean, I can mention the fact that you actually need really high stats to even damage this boss, which is why you need, say, the 9 tails for extra stats based on your bonus gauge.
I'll never let anyone
All
feel
men
pain.
are
Or is that too much info?
Just do as much as you can. So what I'm
Yeah,
gonna do
sure.
is, I guess I'll explain it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna charge the bonus gauge up to 9 because I need it for Nivelty. And then I Braveheart Killia at the start. And then I bring out 3 sacrifices to get Killia into revenge mode. So he's at revenge mode now, and I'm gonna bring out my maid to use Afternoon Tea on Killia so he can move again. We can charge up that assault attack to full. Then we're gonna bring out 6 archers. Oh, that's right. I got to put them with bows. Oh, bloody heck. First, I'm gonna magic change kill an orc, an imp, Izuna, and Salia Killia.
Leave it to me, Blitz.
And then I'll bring out Christo, and then
What should I do?
I need to deploy my archers.
Yeah, the archers have the unique ability support attack. If a nearby ally attacks something, they'll follow up with their own attack. And so, by having all these archers attack, it builds the combo chain, which also increases the damage Killia's going to deal at the end of it. On top of that, there's also a trophy for reaching the high combo, so killing multiple birds with one stone here.
Okay, got it. So, right there, we got the trophy for 20 combo chain, and the trophy for killing Carnage Dark, and finally the trophy for 10 billion damage, all in one go. Those are the hardest trophies in this run, and get most of them in one go just like that. Okay, so now at this point we just need to do some final cleanup and we will be done with the platinum for this game. So I need to talk to any unit that has an exclamation mark on their heads because that's the skits, and I need 20 skits for a trophy. I guess you could also mention that this combo essentially multiplies our damage by ×3, and the Carnage Dark has around 3 billion health, so that's why we need to build up that combo, because we're not going to be able to get that much damage to kill him in one hit without the combo chain.
Yeah, I mean, squad attack is powerful, but billions of HP, you need all the multipliers and boosts you can get. Especially when he's taking quite low damage anyway, just because of how high his stats are.
Yep. So now that Carnage Dark is done, we don't really have any challenging trophies left, and I reincarnate Killia to level 1 because the level that the main character is at is actually affects their jump height. So I need to do 1,000 jumps for a trophy. And then I also need to hit allies in the base 100 times for trophies. I'm just gonna do it for a while until we get a couple trophies. Oh, that reminds me, I need to do the base, the bill, the bribing bill.
And you're going to be taking Brini because it's the Etno and Seraphina approved method.
Definitely. I can't wait to see how much the dude counter is gonna go after the end of all this.
You're getting a lot of no's. Are you actually getting any dudes when you're attacking them?
No, I hear the dudes.
Yeah, this is gonna push the dude counter through the roof.
Yeah, I'm definitely hearing the dudes. I think they're just drowned out by the nose. There it is, the hit the allies in the base 100 times trophy. Now I just need the 1,000 jumps, and then I need to try to pass a bill I'll easily fail, and then pay all my money towards it. Then after that I should get one more trophy. I should need one more trophy, which is right in the splits. I definitely think it's the best way to end a run like this. So give it a... It does feel like a proper ending, more or less.
Well, it does, yeah. And it does also show off, well, we're not going to fight this boss in the run, but at least you get a feel for just how overwhelmingly powerful it is.
Right, but since this is a PB attempt, I'm not gonna go for that boss.
Oh, okay, fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I used to do, like a few years ago when I did this run, I would always do ball because I knew that the run I had to be improved someday. So I just went for the hell of it. But now that I'm actually at the point where I can actually try to get a serious PB, then I need to do the quickest way I know to get that trophy.
Yeah, that particular game over is almost certainly the fastest way of getting a game over.
Sure is. I need to update my notes for the plat run. There's a lot of things that I'm doing differently from it.
I assume at this point you're still punching because, since you started jumping and punching at the same time, it's easy to just to continue that than to swap over to pure jumping.
Yeah, I guess I could. I'm just doing it for the hell of it. I mean, I know this run could be better. So why not? It's for the entertainment.
We all know we enjoy the suffering of Prinnies.
I need one that's low percent chance to pass. Okay, this one's good.
Yeah, so this is not a run where we save the animals.
Okay, there it is. This could actually. This is definitely a PB. I got every. Oh shit!
Where would you like to go, dude?
I forgot. There's one trophy I didn't get. I need to do that now.
Let's end this quick.
Leave it
Okay.
to me, Blitz.
Alright.
Let's go.
I almost forgot about this one.
You okay?
Looks like I have
Should be the last trophy. There we go. Hey, that's a PB. It's a not a big PB, but it is a PB. It was like a 90-second personal best. Wow.
Well, congratulations and good job. I mean, even with the bad luck in Item World.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I keep doing this run continuously, then I have a very high chance of a PB because I know what I'm doing now. Or I'm not afraid of getting things as much. It's just the item world was still a troll. I have to check how much time I lost off that alone. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna work on this run some more before I put it down and do something else. Because I can't like leave a run like this on, when there's a large amount of time I can still save if I get good RNG. But I have to commit to doing this run on a weekend, basically, because I don't want to be streaming until midnight. and then I have to like forego most of the usual things I do it the weekday nights.
Oh yeah, but it is a really long run, and you know, I, having to commit that much time to something, I mean, it's not always easy to even find that much time in one block.
Right, and I do have a day job too, so that doesn't make it easier. I'll make a save on this, a separate save, so I can reference this file. So it was about 4:40 in-game time, if I had to guess, because I did linger around game over screen for a bit. But yeah, I think I'll just show the trophy list that is complete, that we did get it. And then that will be it. We'll end, say our thanks and farewells and all that.
I suppose at some point I should actually introduce myself rather than just suddenly talking out of nowhere.
Well, the thing is, if you come in during the break, you can introduce yourself as soon as we get back on.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think as we said before, there's not much point in me showing up mid-segment. I might as well show up at the start of the next available segment.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I can probably drop the estimate down by like 20 minutes and make it like a 5:40 estimate, I guess. We'll just have to see. I think if I get a run like this tomorrow, then we will not need to take 3 breaks. We can only take 2 breaks and leave it at that. So if I get a run at this pace, we are definitely going to take a break after the main story's beaten. That's a given. And then it looks like after the subclass grinding is probably the best time to take another break, and then after that we'll just probably go through the rest of the game. But yeah,
Those seem like good stopping points.
yeah, I think so. Because we'll do the subclass grinding, and then we'll, I guess as like a sort of teaser, we'll take a break, and then after that we can get to see how fast the stats go up once we get things rolling. I mean, ideally I would like to take a break after the item world stuff, but that would be a bit too long. Because the actual part where I do the carnage stages is not really that long, all things considered. Yeah, it's not really that long. It's like what, 30 minutes only?
I mean, yeah, compared to the one as a whole, yeah, it really isn't all that long.
Right, definitely isn't. So I think 2 breaks will probably be the plan, assuming I am on a good pace, which I should be, because I mean, I did this run 3 days in a row, and every time I've gotten better times. Of course, the last one was like the attempt on Friday was like a 5:10 something, but that's because my strats weren't as optimized for that attempt. But yeah, now it is optimized. I mean, we should be able to see like a sub 5-hour time for this.
Let's just hope that Proto and the mystery rooms don't end up mercy killing us.
No, it's not gonna do that. Like I said, the estimate is like, you see this, the time I finish, we could still have like a, there's a lot of time to look for Proto and the hot springs, and I just need to remember that's the backup, the Diver 5 spamming. That's all I really need to do. And I guess since if I do get like a lower time than what's listed here, then obviously it's essentially a segmented run, so I couldn't submit this as a full run per se. I wouldn't want that as a full run, but it just means I know I can get a better time, and I need to I just need to work towards getting that run with the not trolley item world RNG over the next few weekends. Yeah, I also didn't